It's my pleasure to welcome you to this big event for us as a university, as a college, and for the Department of Information Systems here.
I don't have to tell this group.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this.
We're talking to ourselves.
It's not really go by.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to this big event for us as a university, as a college, and for the Department of Information Systems here.
I don't have to tell this group that what an exciting technology that blockchain really is. It's a disruptive technology similar to what we saw many, many years ago coming out of Silicon Valley and other places. I think it's of that. So the Blockchain Center of Excellence is about thinking bigger. It's about asking questions and seeing where else this technology can actually take us. And above that, what I'm very pleased with and very proud of is that I think as an institution, we're on the leading edge of something really big.
Hope is looking at life on tiptoes, and that's the image I have. But to me, that illustrates where we are with blockchain, looking at the future on tiptoes, seeing where will this lead us. And Dr. Lassity, I'll tell you, I have some hopes for this center. And I don't want to put too much on your shoulders too early, but the first hope is that this center will be an excellent support for our industry leaders that are a part of this. From ArcBest, IBM, J.B. Hunt, Tyson, and Walmart, key industry leaders that this center needs to support, it is designed to support in their blockchain innovation. Secondly, this center is my hope that this center will be a research institution, as it will be, an advocate for new applications that fit Arkansas. I hope that there's much that comes out of this center in new applications and innovations and where this can lead our state in terms of economy and efficiency and industry opportunities.
Well, welcome to day 2 of the 2020 Blockchain for Business Conference, coming to you from the University of Arkansas. So we know from our RSVPs that we have a number of new attendees joining us today. So I'm going to walk you through a bit about the Blockchain Center of Excellence and introduce you to some of our students and some of our faculty. So if you were here yesterday morning, I'm going to repeat my talking points. So you might want to go get a cup of coffee and come back at 8:45 to hear Paul Brody. Okay, so to the rest of you who are new joining us, I'm Mary Lassity. I will be serving as Master of Ceremonies today. I'm also Walton Professor of Information Systems, and I am Director of the Blockchain Center of Excellence. So I want to share with you a little bit more about the center. So just give me a second while I pop over. Okay, so great. So if you watched our little introductory film, you learned that the Blockchain Center of Excellence was launched by the Governor of Arkansas, Governor Asa Hutchinson, in 2018. And our mission is really to make the Sam Walton College of Business a premier academic leader on both education and research on blockchain-enabled business applications. And this conference is certainly integral to our mission for both education and research. If you want to engage with the Blockchain Center of Excellence, I encourage you to go visit us at blockchain.uark.edu. And you'll get to meet all of us, you'll see our events, you'll have access to our research papers. We also encourage you to sign up for our newsletter. Now today we're streaming on all kinds of social media platforms. We're on the Walton College YouTube page, we're on the Blockchain Center of Excellence Facebook page and Twitter feed. Now, one of the things that we really want to use this conference for is to hear more from our audience. So we have an attendee survey. It's within the Brella app, and you'll just see on the left-hand side, you'll see a More button. And if you click on the More button, you'll see the attendee survey. We really want to hear your thoughts about not only this conference, but other events you'd like to see at the Blockchain Center of Excellence. I'm very excited to introduce our team. So first we have Catherine Carlisle. She's Senior Managing Director for the Blockchain Center of Excellence. And I call her the brains and the heart of this virtual conference. She's done a fantastic job. And if everything went well yesterday, it was because of Catherine's planning. She's also an instructor here, so she teaches our cryptocurrency class. I'm also pleased to introduce you to Dr. Dan Conway. He's the Associate Director for the Blockchain Center of Excellence. And I affectionately call Dan our local libertarian cypherpunk in this space. Dan was the 25th Bitcoin miner, and we love having him here at the university. He's also a full clinical teaching professor, and the students from his Blockchain Fundamentals undergraduate class are attending the conference with us today. I'm also pleased that I am professor and learning coach for the Honors Blockchain Forum. And yesterday, one of our honors students actually won our conference game. Okay, but we're not the only faculty doing teaching and research in blockchain. So you're going to get an opportunity to meet 3 other faculty members on the program today. Dr. Zach Steelman. He is a professor in information systems and teaches our graduate level blockchain development classes. So his students are building end-to-end applications using Hyperledger Fabric in the fall, and Ethereum, they'll be doing it in the spring. Dr. Remco van Hoek is an expert in supply chains and blockchains. He's a full professor from the Supply Chain Management Department, and somebody I absolutely learn every time she speaks, Professor Carol Goforth. So she's a distinguished professor of law here at the University of Arkansas. I also wanted to acknowledge 2 other of our colleagues who are teaching blockchain related courses this fall because their students are here. So thank you to Mr. Andrew Mackey. He's teaching blockchain development to our undergraduate students in the Information Systems Department. And new to the Sam Walton College of Business, we have Dr. Andrew Lynch. He's actually teaching blockchains in a fintech class to students from the finance department. So welcome to our colleagues. Now, we couldn't do what we do here at the Blockchain Center of Excellence without the incredible support we have from our 9 executive advisory board member firms. So you heard some of the leaders from the blockchain space from these companies yesterday, and you're going to hear more from some of these leaders today. So we thank you to all of our executive members. We also want to acknowledge and sincerely thank our 2020 Blockchain for Business sponsors. So R3, thank you for being our premier sponsor this year. And thank you to Algorand, Heifer International, Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, and Identify Smart Resume for being our major partners this year. Now I'd like to call to the stage Catherine Carlisle, Senior Managing Director. She is going to talk to you about our game today and a little bit about the Brella platform. Thank you, Catherine.
Well, thank you so much, Mary, and welcome back, everyone, for day 2. We're so excited to have you. And I'm going to just do a little walkthrough for what kind of the need to knows for Brella. That's our virtual event conferencing platform. What's really unique about Brella and what's great for our conference is that it facilitates networking for all of our attendees. It's going to land you here on the people page when you sign in. This is where you can see your matches from your intents and your categories and interests that you selected when you signed on. If you ever want to change or edit any of those matches or interests that you have, you can go here on the U tab and edit your profile at any time throughout the conference. Back on the people page, you can see where you can suggest meetings or bookmark people you may want to start networking with after our talks today. On our schedule tab, you'll find all the different sessions. You can filter and sort and bookmark your favorites right here, as well as see all of our speakers and directly read about who you're seeing today. In our stream tab, you're able to view the conference live, as well as engage here on the right-hand side in our question panel. You'll just select the room that you need, and you can type in your questions here and also use these polls for our game. I'll explain in just a second. If you need to move to a breakout room, you'll use this drop-down tab at the top and move to your breakouts when Mary releases everyone later on. That's all I have for Brella. But I'm going to use my time now to explain a really fun game that we have to engage you throughout the day. So this is our final day for the game. So we'll have a new winner at the end of our sessions. But in the beginning, in our speaker introductions, we will reveal a secret session word. You'll have an opportunity at the end of that session when we go on break and after Q&A is over to select that word from a multiple choice list. If you select the correct word, you earn points, and the most active listeners and point leaders will get our public praise and acknowledgement at the end of the day. So we encourage you to try that out. Right now, you can test it if you want. We have the poll open, and our first, introduction secret session word is mockingbird. That's the Arkansas state bird, and we have some other fun Arkansas state symbols there, but if you select mockingbird, that'll get you your first point for the day. So I'll send it back over to you, Mary. Thanks so much. Mute.
Thank you, Catherine. So you've met some of our members, our staff members, and I've introduced you to some of the faculty. Next, I want you to meet some of our blockchain students. So Michael, would you please roll our student film?
Hi, my name is Ian White, and I'm a Master's of Information Systems student, graduate student. I am currently emphasizing in blockchain, and I'm taking blockchain and e-business development with Dr. Zach Steelman.
So my name is Morgan Smith. I'm originally from Bologna, Arkansas, and I'm a second year MIS student in the professional program.
My name is Odessa Eli, and I'm a full-time Master of Information Systems student at the University of Arkansas.
My name is Shiying Hong, and I am a freshman majoring in computer engineering.
Hello, my name is Lily Wilson, and I'm currently a graduate student getting my master's degree in information systems at the Walton College.
Well, my name is Matthew Showman. I'm a graduate student at the University of Arkansas in the Walton College of Business. I'm studying information systems and I'm focusing on blockchain.
I'm really excited about blockchain because I think that it is going to revolutionize so many industries, and we've seen so many great use cases for blockchain with Colonel James Regner's Veritex and with the post office currently patenting blockchain applications. I'm really excited to see where it goes in the next 10 years. And I see it as a gold rush.
The reason why I chose blockchain was because of how new and exciting I thought it was, and seeing how much it can affect things like the supply chain, like finance.
There's just so many things that you can do with blockchain, and we're just at the very beginning of discovering what all that is. So that's the main reason why I joined this program.
I do believe that blockchain will change the future of business. No matter how things goes, a central theme of business will be profit. And blockchain is the technologies that will help business to be more profitable.
For this conference, I'm very interested in learning about all of the use cases that people have already found successful. I'm interested in learning about all of the solutions that different people have already implemented. And I'm also interested in networking because I feel like it's so important to build a community, build a network within this space, that this is definitely something that I'm excited about.
For this conference, I'm really excited about being able to see like what new things are in this industry, like what new things have come out recently, maybe some new applications that have been successful, just talking about like how we might be able to use this in the future.
I'm excited about this upcoming blockchain conference because, well, more generally, blockchain is a technology made to solve problems. And at this conference are going to be speakers who have solved various problems. I'm interested in seeing how these people identified a problem and identified that blockchain was going to be a solution to that problem.
For our conference this year, I'm most excited about our amazing speakers, from our Dean Matt Waller to the tech pioneer Nick Szabo. Knowing I'll be able to hear all these knowledgeable people speak on the topic of blockchain in business excites me because I can't wait to learn more.
I'm excited to see where BITA is at. I've heard Dale Christie speak before, and I think he is an incredible speaker, and I'm really excited to see I heard him probably 4 months ago, and I know things have changed just in 4 months. And I'm really excited to hear Colonel James Regner again. Just heard him speak a few months ago, but especially with the respirators, things are changing so rapidly. I'm really excited to see where that's at, where it's developed. I think he is always such a great speaker. And then someone I've never heard before is Nick Szabo. And I'm really excited. He's one of the pioneers of blockchain, and you read about him, you see videos about him, but I've never seen him speak live. And so I think that is going to be one presentation that I really look forward to and really pay attention to, because like I said, as a pioneer, he's going to provide things that I would have never thought of or thought possible in the late 90s like he did. So I'm really excited for that.
I am most excited about actually seeing and meeting those blockchain stars who are making the history of blockchain, creating a business of value.
Speech for day 2. Now, the secret word for this session is baseline. I thought you'd like that, Paul. And so at the end of Paul's talk, you will have an opportunity to enter that in our game app. Okay, now what a pleasure to bring Paul as our keynote speech for day 2. If you're in the blockchain for business space, you know who Paul is. He is one of the most vocal people about the whole need for open innovation, and he's incredibly committed and passionate about traditional enterprises using public blockchains for confidential transactions. And he's going to talk to us today about that. Now, because he's so visible, he's head of blockchain for Ernst & Young Global. I kept saying, what can I tell the audience new about Paul, right? We all know that he wears crazy shirts, and he didn't disappoint me today. So I said, Paul, give me one little tidbit that's new about you. So Paul shared with me that at one time in his life, he performed live at Lincoln Center in a children's choir. Now, Paul, I know your parents must have a recording of this on some VHS tape, and I hope you release it on LinkedIn for your fans.
I am sure, I'm hopeful that they actually do not have any such recording. They did come and see me, and it was a lot of fun, but I believe that dates from the era when not everything incriminating we did was recorded.
I don't know. Mr. and Mrs. Paul Brody, if you hear this, we want to see it. Well, Paul, thank you so much for the gift of your time today. I'm going to turn the stage over to you. And when you're ready for Q&A, I'll be monitoring that. So just call me back to the stage.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So it's hard to get better introductions than that. And it is really an honor to be here. I put out my presentation. I'm going to share this with everybody right now. I brought out a presentation, and I'm going to share it with everybody. I am just thrilled to be here. I was so excited to be there in March, and of course, that kind of wrapped up right before the pandemic got going, so I was a little disappointed. But the good news is a lot of cool stuff has happened since March, and so this gives me the opportunity to kind of bring you all up to speed and talk about this great shift that was really just kind of ball was just starting to get rolling in March. And now here we are 6 months later, and actually things are moving even faster. I think the key messages haven't changed, but I do have some little updates and maybe some more perspective on what's happened in the meantime. So I'm going to share that with all of you, right? From my own perspective, right, I think it's really important to ask this question, what is it that we want to do in a blockchain? Because the fact is that almost any business process that you talk about can be done without a blockchain, right? And I certainly remember explaining blockchain technology to my mother, who was a mainframe software developer in the 1960s and 70s, and is actually teaching my kids now Python. She's like, well, wait a minute. Like, is that all you guys have accomplished? You made a new transactional system, right? And the answer is, well, yes, but it's one that's fundamentally different from existing systems because it can operate without a centralized intermediary, right? You could have, with a blockchain, transactions and business logic without a centralized authority. And I believe this is really, really important. If you don't mind having an intermediary, then everything you want to do with a blockchain, you can do with traditional server-based infrastructure. There really isn't a point to having a blockchain in that circumstance. But on balance, I actually think that blockchains are extremely useful. And to give you a sense of that, let's think about how intermediaries have tended to operate, because more often than not, they keep turning out to be predators rather than partners, right? There are all these intermediaries out there, all these digital intermediaries out there, and they talk to you about connecting buyers and sellers and coordinating business process. So I thought I would sort of take a minute and translate intermediary speak into plain English, right? When they say we like to provide analytic services, what they mean is we're planning on selling your data to your competition. When they say we want to use analytics to improve the customer experience, what they mean is we'd like to help your competitors sell to your customers. And when they say they want to create a fair and open market, what they say is we've analyzed your market and we've decided to get into it, right? Okay, that could be interpreted as a little bit cynical, but the fact is that centralized intermediaries absorb enormous power. It's not an accident that over and over again, these centralized intermediaries end up being worth more than the value of all the companies in these business networks, sometimes combined. And it's also not an accident that 30 years into kind of the internet and centralized server era, many companies are still using point-to-point messaging for their business cooperation, or emailing around spreadsheets, or emailing PDFs, because they don't trust these kind of digital intermediaries with their information, right? The private blockchain model that we have seen emerge so far in the world of blockchain doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not a really significant improvement over this, because at the end of the day, if I have to join 5 different proprietary blockchain networks in order to complete a transaction, how is that really different than insisting that I join 5 different proprietary web portals? If I have to join the network of retailer A for their stuff and the network of retailer B for their stuff, and then I need a separate logistics blockchain and an insurance blockchain, it doesn't seem to me like we've really made a significant advance, right? In fact, it's very reminiscent of the old era. And the instinct of a lot of companies is to control everything, right? And the result of this is kind of funny if it wasn't such a huge waste of money, right? But it turns out that the average private blockchain has 0.5 participants other than the founding entity. Now, why is that? That's because for every company that's willing to join, say, a consortium to just be a member, or was willing to be a participant in somebody else's network, there are 2 companies that started their own. That math doesn't make sense, right? If everybody throws a party, no one is available to be a guest, right? And this data is based on a survey of over 200 companies that have joined up or participated in or started their own blockchains. So we know the private blockchain model doesn't scale. It isn't very appealing, although it is very expensive, right? People often talk about public blockchains as they sort of use what it's called in the technology business, they call FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And my personal favorite is the whole, like, blockchains, public blockchains are for criminals, right? But the reality is very different from that, right? In fact, we looked at some of the data last year, right? It turns out that, the vast majority of exchanges have implemented some level of know your customer, right? Or some of them have, right? And that apparently covers the vast majority of trading volume. So in the course of just a few years, we've gone from blockchains don't exist to they exist. They have some level of regulatory framework, and the majority of the business transactions in these networks are now covered by some level of KYC and AML, right? This data is from last year. That's only going to get higher and higher, right? So the image of blockchain as this like place for criminals, it's very familiar to the one we used to deal with the internet, like, oh, that's kind of uncontrolled territory. Yes, that's true. Some parts of the blockchain, some parts of the internet are a little out of control. That doesn't mean that it can't be used by enterprises for legitimate business purposes, right? The other thing that you'll hear a lot of people talk about is this thing that they call the finality problem, right? Typically, blockchains take, if you could take the Ethereum case, 15 to 30 seconds to complete a block. And they talk about, like, well, how finished is it finished? And, when a block is done, how much longer do I have to wait for it to feel really absolutely certain? The answer is 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 4 hours. For vast majority of enterprise transactions, this is kind of an irrelevant question, right? When 2 companies transact with each other, they're usually dealing with each other in this concept of net 30, right? And they're talking about days, not milliseconds, right? Whatever the transaction finality is on a blockchain, whether it's 15 seconds or 30 seconds or 5 hours, it's largely irrelevant for most business transaction needs. The final thing that we hear a lot about is people saying, oh, blockchains, public blockchains can't scale, right? In fact, I would argue they are scaling remarkably well, right? If you look at typical credit card transactions, they have about 50 million merchants, 150 different currencies, and about 15,000 financial institutions. The Ethereum mainnet has in excess, I did this data last year, almost around 50 million user addresses, 227,000 different smart contracts, which can be currencies, they can be business agreements, they can be DeFi networks, and over 10,000 different network nodes. Now, are these exactly comparable? Absolutely not. Do typical credit card transaction networks handle far more transactions every day? Absolutely. But let's keep in mind, these networks have been around for 50, 60 years, right? Ethereum is now about 10 years old. So I would say it's off to a fantastic start. And a lot of the technology that's out there is already being deployed to scale things up. One of the things that's not widely appreciated is that the same technology that we use to enable privacy, the concept of batching together zero-knowledge proofs, also turns out to be key to enabling scalability, right? So one of the things that we found last year was that we could improve the cost of privacy, drive down that cost by batching 20 transactions into a single mathematical proof, right? So that got us down to somewhere between 5 and 20 cents. We've got a mathematical roadmap to get to something on the order of 2,000 to 3,000 transactions in the batch. So by that by itself would allow us to increase the capacity of a lot of these networks by a factor of 10 over the next few years. So my point is, there's lots of room in this technology to grow, and it's not going to happen overnight. I think fears of technology not being capable enough, not scalable enough, kind of too much of a Wild West, these are distractions from the fact that public blockchains are accessible to all participants. And I think this is a really good time to kind of try to remember our history, because one of my favorite sayings is, those who don't learn their history are condemned to repeat it. And so it's worth remembering that the internet itself is a public permissionless network, and that almost all the things that are said about blockchains today, public blockchains, nearly identical things were said about the internet 20 years ago. I can literally remember reading articles saying that streaming audio, never mind streaming video, streaming audio was going to break the internet. Streaming audio did not break the internet. DeFi will not break Ethereum, right? These technologies, they get tested, they get pushed to their limits, right? And engineers solve those problems to drive scalability and results. So for most companies that have already implemented blockchains, they have learned an important lesson. And this is what gives me a lot of optimism about the future. If you ask the same companies who have implemented private blockchains, where do they see the future, right? The vast majority of them, 75%, say somewhat likely or very likely their future is on a public blockchain. So the other thing we know, not only do we know that private blockchains don't work very well, but we know that I think people are taking the right lesson away from this, which is that if I try to invite somebody into a proprietary and private network, it's going to be very difficult in order to make that public network, get that network to scale, right? But on a public network, everybody can join in and participate. The problem with public networks, especially early on, is they didn't come with any privacy, right? Now, if you're a large company, right, and you've got hundreds of suppliers and dozens of competitors out there, and you are putting on a public network transactions that are not private, that tell everybody, this is what I'm buying, this is how much I'm paying for it, this is how many I'm getting, and this is where it's going, that's sensitive commercial enterprise data, and you cannot let your competition see that, right? So public blockchains may be a great idea, but if you don't have privacy, then it doesn't work. I think the good news is that there are a lot of solutions to the big problems around public blockchains, right? And what we have been working on over the last 18 months is systematically knocking down some of these challenges and then packaging together the proposed solutions. And I'll just give you a sense of what we see as the big priority challenges to make public blockchain scalable. and usable. Number one, private business logic. It's not enough that I can transfer assets between one company and another privately. It's also absolutely essential that we be able to have shared business logic, right? A really good example of this is a purchase order or volume discount, right? I'm buying something from you, right? I'm buying it over and over again because I'm making stuff, and we have a deal, right? If I buy more than 1,000, the price goes down. That's private business logic, right? Business identity, right? There was an old joke in the early days of the internet. No one knows on the internet that you're a dog, right? And that usually came with a picture of a cartoon dog surfing the internet. Well, the truth is, we really would like to know with whom we are doing business. You know, we don't want a situation where somebody says, hey, I'm Ernst & Young, do you want to buy from me? And it turns out they are not EY, right? So business identity and discovery, distributed directories of verified enterprise users is very important. Process and state synchronization and messaging. So one of the key principles that we see between companies is not enough just for us to have a contract and to move money back and forth. We need to be able to talk to each other. Hey, you shipped me 1,000 units of something and 200 of them fell off the truck, or half of them failed QA. We need to be able to talk about with our secure business partners the issues inside of our business and synchronize our data. And then finally, we need to properly tokenize the assets that are transferring back and forth, right? One of the key value propositions of blockchain technology is that we are taking assets, elements of our product, value, items of value, and we are turning them into the equivalent of digital Legos, right? And it's not just that we are trying to create this digital messaging system between companies. We want to create these digital Legos so that people can in turn build new things with these digital Legos, right? So if you're familiar with DeFi, decentralized finance, it's all about taking this digital Lego, a dollar token, a euro token, a Bitcoin token, and providing services on top of that. And it's essential that whether it's a purchase order or an asset transfer or a payment or a commitment to make a payment, that those digital tokens can be used by companies to do things like borrow money for working capital or exchange a commitment to be paid in 30 days for actual cash now, right, at a slight discount. These types of tokenizations are essential for enterprises because they're the same things that enterprises do in the real world, and moving them onto a blockchain will make them faster, cheaper, simpler, and infinitely more scalable. How much more scalable? The answer, it turns out, is way more than you might believe. And I want to share with you a really good example that we have from some of the work that we did at Microsoft. So one of the early projects that we did at Microsoft was create a network solution on a blockchain to support the Xbox video game network. Now, Microsoft they're one of the biggest players in the video game business, and they have more than 3,000 different contracts with different video game suppliers. And many of these contracts are very different. The kind of terms that you get if you're Electronic Arts and you're one of the world's biggest technology companies is different than the kind of terms you get as a small mom and pop a video game developer for educational software. So lots of different terms and different contracts between different parties. And it was taking Microsoft on average 45 days after the end of each month in order to generate the transactional data statements and then turn that transactional data into the specific amounts that they owed each business partner, right? So in other words, if you're Electronic Arts, maybe the first 10,000 units, you get 70% of your revenue and then 80% after that. Whereas if you're a mom and pop shop, maybe you just permanently always get 70% or 75% or something like that. So the rules are different, and applying those rules systematically and scalably across 3,000 different contracts didn't scale very well. On a blockchain, they scale beautifully, scale tremendously. So we took cycle time from Microsoft from 45 days down to under 5 minutes, right? Secondly, we took the cost of managing this process. We are taking that cost. It's not done fully deployed yet, but when it's done, we estimate that it will be roughly half the current price tag. And then finally, we have increased enormously the level of trust between the participants, because everybody now can see within a few minutes of it actually happening how each individual transaction in their business agreement was processed by the business logic and turned into a payment, right? So we tend to capture mistakes or changes or issues much sooner than we would have in the old system. And if you capture those things sooner, if you make them more visible quickly, you can fix them much faster. So blockchain technology can have a huge, huge impact on enterprise return on investment. And what we did was we took all of these key requirements and we worked to integrate them into a single set of infrastructure. And that infrastructure is called the baseline protocol. And the idea behind it is that we can allow enterprises to do secure, multi-company business transactions with privacy and asset transfers and business logic with each other on a public blockchain. And very, very importantly, never ever put any sensitive business data on the blockchain, right? It sounds very simple in theory, and it's intended to sound simple, but in fact, the original founding members, EY, Microsoft, and Consensus, it took us, sort of probably EY, 2 years of background research in the advanced mathematics, and then another 9 months of collaboration with Microsoft and Consensus to wrap these things together in the first version of the baseline protocol. That's all now been made public domain and open source, and it's been handed over to the Oasis Foundation for separate stewardship. So we've truly donated this research into the public domain so that it's adoptable and usable by other companies without anybody thinking to themselves, is EY going to come after me in some future date for licensing fees or anything else? No, we're not, right? We've taken away our ownership of this. We've donated it. We've given up control of this process. And we've done that in order to make adoption attractive, appealing, and without fear for other companies. Right now, along the way, our methodology around developing the baseline protocol was actually to take a single business process and apply those principles, private business logic, no enterprise data on chain, et cetera, into that process and show how it should work. And the process that we picked was procurement. Why did we pick procurement? We picked procurement for a couple of reasons. Number one, this, in fact, is the main way that companies transact with each other, at least non-financial companies. Everything you buy, right? This cup of coffee, the coffee that came in it, the lights that are on my table here that are sort of giving me a spooky glow. All of this stuff is made by one company from stuff they bought from another company that was bought from somebody else. And they all added some value along the way. But really, the main way that enterprises interact with each other is they buy stuff from each other. And when it's 3 in the afternoon, you need extra coffee for that. Now, first of all, it turns out this is the most basic process. It's a really big process, right? It's typical at large companies that somewhere between 60 and 80% of all their revenue is actually comes in the door and goes straight out the door as procurement spend, right? And it turns out that this process, in addition to being big and valuable, is also really broken. And it's really broken because what happens is this process that sounds really simple is actually gets very complicated, right? What happens is, people basically say, I've got money, you've got stuff, and we're going to agree to exchange them. But we're going to have some rules in this agreement, right? The more I buy, the less I pay. When I cross certain thresholds, I'm going to get a discount, right? When I cross other thresholds in terms of dollars, I'm going to get a rebate. Right? Maybe the price of what I'm buying is linked to the price of oil or the price of electricity because it's made with lots of oil or lots of electricity, right? So the business logic in these agreements gets complicated, and companies are really, really good at coming up with ways to manage to design these agreements, right? They can sit in the negotiating room, or they can do the Zoom, right? And say, I'll do this for you if you do that for me. They have no idea if they can actually implement it. And it turns out more often than not, that large companies really struggle to implement the agreements that they've signed up for, right? And what's made it exceptionally complicated to implement these agreements is the shift of companies towards being these much more decentralized organizations, right? If you have one of these phones at home, right, the name on the company on the phone isn't the company that actually built the phone. These phones are actually built by other companies that are acting on the parent company's behalf or the orchestrator's behalf. Now, if a big company negotiates a volume purchase discount and they have 5, 10, 15 suppliers who are authorized to buy off that volume purchase discount, how do you know where you are in that volume discount? The answer, it turns out, is that it's really hard to tell, right? But if we take all of this process and we put it on the blockchain and put it into a smart contract and allow all the participants who are authorized to do so to buy off of that contract, we can turn this very, very complicated process into something that's actually relatively straightforward to manage and relatively straightforward to understand, right? And so that's exactly what we did. We said, okay, I want to enable a world where parent companies can negotiate agreements on behalf of their own subsidiaries and their business partners, and that those agreements will keep track of volume purchased, aggregated spend, correct pricing, and we will make sure, using smart contracts, that everybody is always complying with that agreement. And it turns out the payoff for this can be really enormous, right? Now, when you do this on a public blockchain, you make it even better because you're using open standards and public blockchains, which means anybody can join a network. There's no permissions, there's nothing special required. There's literally hundreds of companies, choice of providers, that can bring you onto the Ethereum blockchain, or you could just download the software yourself. There are no intermediaries. There's no, if you get EY to help you use a public blockchain, we can never be like, wow, looks like this is going great for you, we're gonna raise our price. And you have to say, well, I don't know if I want that, right? The answer is, if you don't like what we're offering, you can always walk away. We have no power or control in the public network, right? Public blockchains are vastly cheaper than private blockchains, and they have much, much higher security because public blockchains have tens of thousands of nodes. They have thousands of developers. Yes, there are security problems in them, but those problems are tackled, they're reported, they're managed, they're tracked in a way that is simply not done in private networks. Just because you don't see press releases about private networks being hacked or not being hacked doesn't mean it's not happening. So if we're all going to use public blockchains, what should we be using them for, right? I would argue that the main value proposition for public blockchains is that we should be using them to integrate enterprises more than anything else. Now, I believe that what's happened over the last 30 or 40 years in the enterprise is that they have become incredibly digital internally, right? ERP systems, analytics, business process controls, machine learning tools, almost all of these are deployed inside the four walls of the enterprise. And when you get to the edge of your enterprise, almost all of that sophistication comes to an end, and we're back to EDI messages and mailing out spreadsheets. With blockchains, we can have cooperation between enterprises. We can have shared facts, similar to having a shared database. We can have shared process. We can have shared agreements, and we can do it without having to give up any strategic control to a third party, right? So that is really our vision. And I personally believe that although I care very much about the arguments in favor of creating a more open financial system, and I believe in their value, I actually really think that for the most part, it's not blockchains that are going to enable that. It's changes in regulatory compliance and other rules that make it easier for people to sign up for bank accounts. But blockchain itself isn't necessarily the key to doing that. Blockchain is also relatively complex. If you're not empowered to be banked, if you don't have a relatively sophisticated education, I think for many people, blockchains may be too complicated as a way of directly controlling a solution. But I think they have immense power as a behind-the-scenes tool to create new services, new tools, new products that are simple, accessible, and low cost for consumers. But I think fundamentally, we don't care what database our bank runs on. And I think in the future, there may be many more solutions available to consumers. Blockchains will be the glue that connects the companies that serve these consumers, but the consumers themselves will not know or care which blockchain or what technology underpins that solution. So our belief, my belief especially, is that blockchains are ultimately a B2B technology, and they are primarily going to be all about integrating enterprises and business ecosystems together. So where are we, right, in this process? At EY, we have spent, I would say, much of the last 4 years. Our blockchain group is now entering its 5th year. We spent much of the last 4 years really focusing on building out the core technology of privacy, right? And in the last year, we've come together with Consensus and Microsoft to launch the baseline protocol. So we've been kind of building this piece by piece along the way. And during this time period, we've been mostly building private blockchains on the Ethereum technology stack, but not on the public Ethereum network, on the grounds that eventually we'll be able to migrate, or at the very least integrate, most of our customers with that public blockchain environment. What's exciting now is that we're starting to see the rest of the world catch on to our vision and join this movement. One of the best headlines I've read this year was waking up to see that Coca-Cola had chosen the baseline technology to integrate their North America bottling system. We had nothing to do with that. You're not involved in any way, right? And they're like, why is he proud of that? I'm proud of that because we helped start the baseline protocol, and it's taken on a life of its own without us. And you know, I've got 2 kids, and I want to see them take on a life of their own without me. I think baseline is a little bit my baby, but to see it succeed and to see other people adopt it and for it to move forward without us is incredibly powerful. Same thing for the headline last week that Accenture is joining the Baseline Protocol organization that we saw on Twitter. That's incredibly exciting. We've got Chainlink there as well, the Ethereum Foundation, the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance, Unibright, Provide Services, other companies, right? This is becoming a large-scale business community that are starting to really ramp up the build out of this technology. And that makes me incredibly proud of where we are going. In terms of where is EY going, I often get the question, so that's great, you guys just donated all this really cool technology. How is EY, what's EY in this business for? And the answer is we are in this business to make money for sure, right? We don't see this as some kind of a charity activity, right? Fundamentally, we have 2 businesses, right? And I just believe that it is possible to build profitable and successful businesses on open source technology, because at the end of the day, I don't actually think that most of our enterprise clients really care if they're using proprietary private technology or completely open technology. They don't care where the intellectual property lies. I mean, provided they're not obviously violating any rules about IP ownership or IP usage. What they care about is, will somebody build a reliable and useful solution that can scale up, right? And 20 years ago, it was hard to swallow this idea of kind of an open source software run business. Today, I think it's very common and people are much more comfortable with that. We fundamentally have 2 businesses at EY. Number one, doing things for our clients on public and private blockchains. And for that, we have built an application platform called EY OpsChain. So OpsChain is about the ability to create, deploy tokens, smart contracts, business directories, and build business process tools on public networks. And so that's the first half of what we're doing. It's in the top box on the screen. And in fact, our first really big product in this space that we've launched that's publicly accessible is network procurement. OpsChain network procurement does exactly what I talked about, the initial use case for Baseline Protocol. It allows companies to buy product with rules at scale on public networks. We've also got a couple of other products that are in development now that will be available. One is for product traceability, something that we've done for 50 or 60 companies outside of a managed services environment. We're now migrating it into a public blockchain, privacy-enabled managed services framework. And we've got Global Trade Origin for tracking where products come from and are going. And we have our Public Finance Manager, which is all about helping governments and government agencies and multinational agencies track public finances, grants, and make sure that taxpayers and donors are getting the value from what they invested in. And I'm particularly excited about that one because I really believe in kind of the mission of low corruption, high value public service. The second big part of our business is Blockchain Analyzer. And so if one part of our business is about helping companies do things on the blockchain, the other part is about understanding what's happened in the blockchain environment. The core of that is our audit and assurance business. We audit, I think, well over 130 companies. That was, I think the last time we actually did a full count was a couple of years ago, but we audit lots and lots of blockchain companies. I suspect, I'm not sure, we do more of that than anybody else does. And we're the first people to really invest heavily in audit tools and technologies. In addition to that, we've launched our very first security product, which is Smart Contract Review. The idea is, let's start to think about the future, right? When we're buying and selling digital tokens, and entering into complex multi-party business contracts, right? The average person in an enterprise cannot read software code. And should we be expecting them to understand the code underneath the deck? Absolutely not, right? If they go underneath the hood and they look at a smart contract, we need to tell them there's no malware in here, that this contract applies to the best of our knowledge to publicly available standards, right? That this is what certain terms mean in the contract, and this is how they play out in the software. That's what our smart contract testing service does. And then we've got a tax calculator, which we'll be showing integrated into our system next year. And we also just launched our first Bitcoin Explorer, right? And the Bitcoin Explorer is there. We'll add Ethereum very soon. But the idea is that you should be able to see your money in the supply chain, your product in the supply chain, your assets as they move around the network, and you should be able to see and visualize how these all work. So we're bringing all of these things together under blockchain.ey.com. If you would like to actually try them out, we are doing something quite unusual for a giant audit firm that focuses on B2B. These services, our Bitcoin Explorer, our smart contract testing service, and our network procurement prototype are actually all available for the members of the general public to use free of charge. So you can just go there, you can check it out. I think particularly if you're a developer, you'll find a smart contract testing tool very useful. If you're a Bitcoin buyer or seller, you can use Explorer. You can see where your money came from. You can actually find your own wallet and look at that situation as well. So that's what we are doing. And of course, we will sell these as managed services to enterprises. And of course, we will provide all of the consulting, implementation, and transformation work around these services. So that's a little bit about what our strategy is. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. And with time, I hope for a little bit of Q&A managed by Mary. The QR code on the screen is my contact information. If you want to talk to me, or you can tweet at me. I'm at pbrody on Twitter. And I think I also generally have about a roughly weekly column in CoinDesk sharing my latest musings, which are sometimes good and sometimes not so great. Mary, thank you.
Paul, that was fantastic. You're my cup of coffee. Every time I hear you talk, I get excited. So thank you so much. And I also want to, again, thank EY for being a partner here at the Blockchain Center of Excellence. Okay, we've got a lot coming in, so let's unpack a few things. First of all, this is a Blockchain for Business conference, and I think one of the most powerful ways to convince business people of the value is the things that you talked about with Xbox, right? That's what they want to know. What is the business value? And I wrote down, in that example, they went from settlements of 45 days to 5 minutes. The costs went in half. You're able to capture mistakes sooner. Those kind of examples is what the world needs to see. So I'm also just, as you are well aware, you've got a lot of other examples, and I'm really excited because I'm working on the ANSA check case study with your colleagues in Italy. And for those in the audience who don't know about this, EY and ANSA is the largest Italian news media. They were really struggling with imposter news. Right? So other people that were claiming that this was an ANSA story and it wasn't. And EY helped with the technical implementation, and it's on public Ethereum. You also answered another great question, because the one question I keep hearing from business people is how much are the transaction costs? And you've been able to pull, by batching. I thought that was a fantastic interim strategy, get down to like 5 cents a transaction. That's been great. So other than Xbox and ANSA, are you able to talk about any other things that you're working on where traditional businesses are picking a public blockchain solution?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say that the most common implementation right now on public blockchains is product traceability, right? So if you want to prove where your product came from, how it's performing, where it's located, what its history was, that's by far the most common activity. And we've probably got about 50 clients, Carrefour, Spinoza, the Buffalo Mozzarella Company, a bunch of wineries. There's lots and lots and lots of sort of public blockchain accountability and traceability going on. What we're excited about is the next wave of this, which is designed to do a couple of things. Historically, a lot of the traceability has been sort of timestamps and document stamps. What we're headed to now is tokenization and transfers with privacy. So a lot of companies want to prove the carbon footprint, for example, or they want to prove the product history of the product where necessary, but they don't want to disclose the specifics of their suppliers to the general public or to their competitors. So the next wave of product traceability is going to be with tokenization and privacy, and that's starting to ramp up. And then the other thing where we're seeing public blockchains being used enormously is this emerging space of decentralized financial services. So people are implementing loans and borrowing and transactional services, and that's really exploded on public blockchains. An amazing data point is, 2 years ago, there was less than $500 million in these digital financial contracts. 4 months ago, we were close to about 4 billion. We are now in excess of 10 billion. So that's a kind of an incredible ramp. And for me, the big transition there is right now, that's all individual users, that's all consumers, very sophisticated consumers buying, for the most part, buying their own digital financial products. I look forward to seeing enterprises adopt this technology for their financial transactions once it's available with privacy.
Okay, awesome. All right, we have a couple questions here. How do you mitigate the risk of price fluctuation on public blockchains like Ethereum?
So the way we mitigate the risk is we have a technical roadmap for increasing batching or scalability. So if we see the price of gas go up for a sustained amount for a sustained period of time, we will take the time to implement like a larger batch size. We try to, we have a limited number of people in our R&D team, and we're always kind of faced off with this challenge. Like, I could spend more time driving the cost down lower, or I could spend more time trying to figure out how to do a better job on kind of complex business logic. So we kind of got to about 25 cents and said, okay, that's good for the moment. We're going to focus over here. If the price goes back further up, we'll see it. I mean, this is a very typical thing. Like, when you hit constraints, people tend to go back and sort of implement more of the stuff that they said, oh, I'll get to that later. Well, sometimes later arrives and you just got to implement it.
Okay, good. So I know you're talking in general about public networks, and I know EY does a lot on Ethereum. Are there other public networks that you're helping clients build solutions on?
Right now, not so much. And that's not because I'm sort of anti other networks. One of the big challenges in building a software company is, how do you make sure that you do a good job at what you're doing? And what we decided early on was that for the audit side of our business, when it comes to analytics and understanding blockchains, we will support pretty much any blockchain, public or private. And we support Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, Hyperledger, R3, all of these over on the audit side of the business. But for developing software, we made a key decision early on that we would simply develop on the single most popular platform, and we would be the best at that, and we would not divide our attention. So I always hate getting in to this battle of like, which blockchain is better or which blockchains do we use? We use the one that's the most widely used. It's not necessarily the most perfect, but it allows us to really concentrate our efforts and be very, very good at that.
Excellent, excellent. And Paul, we have time for one more question. So we do, in addition to business professionals, we also have information systems professionals. And so one of the questions are how is EY preparing for the Ethereum 2.0? Right, so they're having, for those of you out there in business world, the underlying architecture is changing, the consensus mechanism is changing. How is EY preparing for that?
So our research team is looking at Ethereum 2.0. We're always staying up on top of this. For the most part, we think there won't be a lot of changes. What is interesting to think about is Ethereum 2.0 will eventually have a couple of important changes. Number one, it's going to be much more sort of carbon footprint friendly, because we're going to switch from proof of work to proof of stake. And I think that's very important. We got a number of clients have just said, listen, we can't join something that generates this level of carbon output. So I'm very happy with that. And then the second thing that's quite challenging, and we'll have to think through carefully, is the next version of Ethereum will have a scalability technology called sharding, and it will allow the network to fragment. And the result is it will take a longer period of time for transactions to be cross-matched and integrated to have that sort of single final record. And so it'll involve some careful thinking about how you time and manage transactions or smart contracts that might exist in more than one kind of shard of the network. So that's very, very exciting. And then the other thing that we're thinking about both for 1.0 and 2.0 that's really worth remembering is interaction that's likely to exist in mainland China, right? The Chinese government is now launching the world's largest and the first really kind of big digital currency. Ethereum is not widely used in China, but it's essential for the external links. And so we're starting to think about how that's going to be integrated. We're talking to companies in China about how they're interacting with that system as well. So those are some of the things that are on our Ethereum 2.0 agenda.
Okay, well, we are out of time, Paul. The limitation of a virtual conference is you can't hear virtually everybody just saying thank you to you, but thank you for you personally and to EY. And to our audience, now is the time where you can go to the Brella app, and now you understand why I picked baseline as our secret word. And we'll be back in a few minutes with the next event. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Mary. Thanks for having me.
Open frameworks and tools. Now, the secret word for this session is collaboration. And at the end of the session, you'll have an opportunity to enter that into our game in our app. I am so pleased to have two truly collaborative people to guide our next conversation. I'm going to introduce Archana Srishti. She's the founding member of the Blockchain Center of Excellence here at the University of Arkansas. She's been a tremendous partner. She's also the Senior Director of Software Engineering at Walmart. And one of the things I really respect about Archana is she really focuses on solving business problems that just happen to be enabled by technologies like blockchain. She's in charge of the blockchain platforms team. She's also incredibly generous of her time. She helps our research mission. She's hosted our workshops. She comes to our classes. She's given use cases to our students. And another thing you can look forward to, Archana is really passionate about attracting more women to STEM fields, and we're committed to working together, and we'll make some announcements in the future. So Archana, thank you so much again for being here. I'm going to turn it over to you. You can introduce Brian, and then when you're ready for Q&A, just call me back to the stage.
Thank you, Mary. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today in this community. I'm so excited to interview Brian today. Brian Bellendorf. He's the executive director of Hyperledger, an initiative that is hosted by Linux Foundation since 2016. He's had a rather diverse career spanning founding tech startups like Organic and CollabNet, and co-founding tech nonprofits like Apache and Mozilla. And he's been a tech advisor for Obama White House and CTO for the World Economic Forum. Please help me welcome Brian. Brian, thank you so much for being here today. I every time I meet you, we just end up talking for hours and hours together. I don't know how we'll end our conversation in 20 or 25 minutes today, but such a pleasure to have you today. It's pretty early in your time zone, isn't it?
It's 7:30. It's not a problem. I'm up by 6 a.m. most mornings. We're an international project, so I have conversations pretty early and pretty late into the night with our members.
That's great. Well, we appreciate you joining this conference so early. Now, there's a lot going on in the blockchain space and in open source community, what with COVID and all these initiatives around digital identity. So why don't we start with, can you help our community understand what is Hyperledger and why is open source important?
Sure. Well, so I've had a background, a career really in the open source community spanning about 25 years, right? And a lot of that career has been spent trying to figure out how do we build a sustainability model for the creation and maintenance and deployment of open source software. That meant helping found the Apache Software Foundation, and kind of in parallel, around the same time, a little bit later, this organization started up to kind of help foster and defend the development of the Linux kernel, and that was the Linux Foundation, obviously. And the Linux Foundation took a path that was very much focused on building a multi-vendor consortium around initially the Linux operating system, giving that a place where not only could the technologists work and know that their work was defended on a legal grounds, on an IP ground, but also the process of transparency and collaboration could work publicly. You kind of need I don't say a home, but more like air traffic control for those kinds of things to work. But that also the commercial ecosystem around it could be built in a way that was fair, that made it clear Linux was not just a Red Hat thing, it was not just a Hewlett Packard or Intel thing, it was actually a broad-based movement. And then about 10 years ago, the Linux Foundation broadened out beyond just the Linux operating system into cloud computing, software-defined networking, automotive software. These days, it's even in AI and special effects software for filmmaking, all these different domains. And about 5 years ago, Bitcoin was on the rise. Lots of companies were trying to figure out how do they work either with the cryptocurrency community or look at these other rather more prosaic applications of the concept of distributed ledgers. And a couple of companies popped up and said, well, we've actually been looking at this from the point of view of building distributed systems, distributed databases, cooperative multi-party systems, right, that try to avoid an over-dependency upon a giant, 800-pound gorilla in the middle of an ecosystem, right? How do you build something that's much more peer-to-peer? So equal parts inspiration, perhaps from Satoshi Nakamoto as from BitTorrent, right? Or from other kind of very light peer-to-peer kind of networks, but bringing that to an enterprise point of view. And so in December of 2015, the Hyperledger project was launched with as key anchor participants, vendors like IBM and Oracle, and then significant end user organizations like JP Morgan. Some of the new wave Bitcoin and blockchain and currency companies such as Consensus, who is still very much a member of the organization. In fact, they recently rejoined. But it was formed around this hybrid idea of how do we take distributed ledger technology, blockchain technology, which is nearly synonymous, and deploy it to back-end systems, deploy it to the systems of the world, really. And that caught my attention, and so I joined shortly after its launch. And for the last 4 years, we've been building essentially the plumbing for all sorts of these types of applications and networks. It was very much based on the premise there won't be one global mainnet, one global public chain, simply because not only do needs differ in use, industry by industry, use case by use case, but trying to get global agreement on one way to do things is really hard unless you try to do the smallest thing. try to do DNS, try to define TCP/IP. Those were essential building blocks, and of course, this all builds on that. But governance is a hard thing. You want to try to federate that out as much as possible, allow people to build their own networks. So what we've built has been a family of technologies. The predominant one you've heard about is Hyperledger Fabric, but also focusing on digital identity use cases, on supply chain use cases. We have 16 different top-level projects inside of the Hyperledger greenhouse, as we call it, and a whole lot of interesting projects burbling up in the labs. And all of these are open source. All of these are built publicly, transparently, where the whole goal is how do we build sustainable communities around these different, each of these different projects. And that's a mix of getting the vendors to play together, getting the developers at a developer level to work together, and just enough structure and facilitation by an organization like the Linux Foundation to make that happen.
Right. Yeah, and Walmart is part of some of these networks, right, that are built on Fabric. So we are part of the Food Trust network here in the US, and in Canada, again, a use case of Fabric for carrier payments. Besides the financial industry obviously has been using blockchain much longer than the rest of the industry. What other kind of networks, Brian, are being stood up right now, and where are they succeeding? I mean, just generally talking broadly outside of retail and the financial sector.
Yeah, well, I think the three main areas are in supply chain traceability, in trade finance and some other adjacent financial domains, and in digital identity. And let me dive into each of these. Obviously, the Food Trust Network, which Walmart and IBM, and I think well over 100 different organizations, perhaps even in the over 200 at this point, I haven't checked in, working together to build a common ledger around the traceability of leafy green vegetables and other products beyond, right? That is a really great use case, mainly because many supply chains, perhaps most out there in the world these days, cross international borders. And so often there is not a single government authority to appeal to if there's a dispute or a conflict. So having a common system of record of when products entered the chain, how they were handed off, and that whole provenance check, not only for food safety, which is perhaps one of the main purposes of the Food Trust Network, but also for things like provenance tracking. Did this diamond actually come from a diamond mine that meets all sorts of certifications about prevention of the abuse of child labor and that sort of thing, or even rice? There's a whole lot of fraud in the rice market internationally, believe it or not, and people are rather particular about which brand of rice that they eat, and so there's a real desire to make sure that those products flow, and there's trust and verifiability in where those products came from. I mean, another example of this is where this has been deployed in the fight against the pandemic for the sourcing of PPEs, of masks, of protective equipment. There's a network called Trust Your Supplier that has been built. Again, IBM's been involved with that with another partner called Chainyard, and that's kind of like KYC, but for suppliers. Is this an organization that's reputable, that has delivered in the past, that has lots of positive marks from others? You could build all these things as a centralized database, sure. You could try to look up somebody's ranking on Amazon or eBay or something like that. But then you've got these issues of control of that database. And that's why spreading these things out into a decentralized system makes sense. So that's supply chain. And one of the interesting actual applications coming up for supply chain is in the pharmaceutical space, where there's a regulatory requirement around traceability. There's something called the Drug Supply Safety and Certification Act, DSCSA, that mandates within the next few years full traceability from the factory all the way to the pharmacist of drugs of all sorts. But obviously, this is rising in importance when it comes to the deployment and traceability of the vaccine supply chain. Should be a big deal next year. We want to spread out the manufacturing of any viable vaccine globally as widely as possible, but do that in a way that avoids fraudulent vaccines from entering the marketplace. So this is really critical. And actually, this strain of regulatory requirement reflects itself in other use cases that have been deployed as well. There's a project that one of our members, the AAIS, which is an insurance advisory organization, kind of sits in this special position amongst the big insurance companies where they're sharing information and working with regulators on that. They've deployed a blockchain platform called OpenIDL, which is designed for regulatory reporting around property and casualty information. And it turns out, again, having a common system of record as the means by which you harmonize data sharing across these different parties and do that with full transparency to a regulator, it has a tremendous amount of value. And today they're able to do with technology what used to require millions of dollars in human time and human capital to be able to have the same degree of trust in the data that's been presented. And then adjacent to these supply chain types of use cases are obviously trade finance that builds upon knowing who the good partners are and knowing where the flows of product are, to saying, well, who can I extend credit to? And how do we build the relationships between the buyer, the buyer's bank in one country, the seller's bank in another country, and the seller, so that financing can flow even before the product ships, and you trust, and the system works, right? And the amount of fraud or the amount of failure in that and risk in that system gets brought down. Again, taking a process that is very automated, where the trust is often imbued in physical signatures or stamps on documents that get faxed between parties, and turning that into a routinized automated system is really important. And then I mentioned digital identity, some of these financial services applications have implications on digital identity, such as know your supplier. Another example is CU Ledger, which is a digital identity network that a consortium of credit unions has developed to do essentially a privacy-first credit bureau system as an alternative to the Equifax and other type of centralized credit reporting kind of systems, and more privacy preserving and GDPR compliant, CCPA compliant out of the box. And that's deployed now. That's running on Hyperledger Indy. But there's lots of folks using digital identity using blockchain as the underpinning for distributed digital identity, something called self-sovereign or user-centric identity, where we move away from a world where it's like log in with Facebook, log in with Twitter, or even log in with your national ID, and instead to a world where in a wallet, very much like a cryptocurrency wallet, you have identity documents to present at different times. And that model is something that we've been working on at Hyperledger for almost since the beginning, and is now getting a lot of traction out there, including at national digital identity levels. I'll end with one final really cool use case, which is in India a couple of years ago. There was a regulation passed by the telecom regulator to implement a mandate to the telco industry to implement a distributed system to track anti-spam preferences, so that callers could avoid getting spam notifications on their phones, and be more sophisticated than just a yes, no, to say, here are the kinds of messages or the frequency I'm willing to be contacted. And they actually mandated in the regulation that this be deployed using a blockchain. And so the telecom operators got together and developed a Hyperledger Fabric-based network for managing these user preferences in a distributed way, again, privacy preserving, but also in a way that allows people, when they switch from one carrier to another, to bring those preferences with them, right? And to ensure regulatory compliance around all of this. That's in production now. That's seen tens of millions of records entered in every day, I believe. It's an incredibly active platform, and it's a really novel kind of use of this. And I think it really just turns out every industry has a need for a system of record, for a cooperative, IT network to go and solve some very prosaic and baseline issues around provenance, around asset ownership, around regulatory compliance, and we're seeing this really spread out quite a bit.
That's amazing. Yeah, I can imagine how many users will be ultimately using that Fabric network in India. I mean, it's the second most populous country in the world. Mm-hmm. So, Brian, how many projects are out there within the Hyperledger umbrella? And how can, if you could unpack for our audience, how can they engage with the open source community?
Yeah, so we decided pretty early on at Hyperledger that, even though we started with two projects, something called Hyperledger Fabric and Hyperledger Sawtooth, which is a bit more of an experimental approach to using secure enclaves and trusted compute environments for a very different approach to building a distributed ledger. We decided early on to be a family of technologies, something we call an umbrella, that allowed for some internal competition. I don't know if you have siblings, Archana, but sometimes having siblings makes you a little bit more competitive, creative, a little bit more focused on.
I have 3 more siblings, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, and yet you're still siblings, and yet you still have a lot in common with them, and you love them, and so that was really the spirit we were trying to go inside of Hyperledger, which was have an open door to potentially disruptive thinking. You know, the way that both Fabric and Sawtooth work is very different from the way Ethereum works, you know, and I think there is a desire to be connected to that community and understand, is there something interesting going on there that would have applicability to enterprise use cases? And then things like digital identity, which, you know, really did require its own kind of fresh take on the underlying technologies. And so we developed a process for ingesting new projects. Not too many. We're trying not to be GitHub. You know, even the GitHub of blockchain. There's already, you know, hundreds of those kinds of projects. But to be a well curated portfolio of different ledger technologies, different enabling libraries, still very much at the platform level and enabling level, although there's one called Grid, which is focused on supply chain style use cases, which obviously every industry has a supply chain. So those projects all share a common open source license, a common way of working in the public, common tooling around, you know, how do these teams communicate and coordinate their development, and other types of policies, but are left very much on their own to define their own roadmap and define you know, their own, you know, which releases are long-term support releases, that sort of thing. And so some of those projects are very mature, like Fabric is at a 2.2 release, and it has, you know, lots and lots of customers out there, lots of users. Others are still pretty young. We have a project called Cactus, which joined this year, which is about building an integration layer between networks of different protocols. So you can take a Fabric network over here and a R3 Corda network over here, or an Ethereum network here, and have them exchange data and communicate and have that same trustlessness between them. And that's still at version 0.1 or 0.3 or something. So still pretty young.
It's critical when you look at
an area of very active development. And all of our tools are available publicly. You don't have to be a member of the Hyperledger community in order to participate in these projects. You can show up. We hope the questions you ask are one step up from I can't make this work. You know, let you give it a little bit of effort. There's a little bit of self-sufficiency required, but there's lots of tutorials. There's lots of videos that walk you through. We actually put a lot of training materials up on edX. We even have certification courses around Fabric and Sawtooth and soon Besu to help you climb that learning curve. And then the people are right there that you can engage with. If you need help, don't expect it like a support relationship. There's no SLA. This is open source. If you need that kind of service, there's a whole list of companies that can help you build your blockchain applications, deploy a network for you. This is something we've built out called the Hyperledger Certified Service Provider Program. And it's startups to IBM and everyone in between. And they can help host your blockchain network or build your apps, that sort of thing. But if you do want to get your hands dirty, there's all sorts of open doors to that. And that's one of the things we're proudest of, I think.
That's great. Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes,
I wasn't sure if my mic was working earlier. And we have developers who are actually engineers on our team who are part of the open source community. I mean, I can understand if somebody has, you know, concerns about how much time commitment does it require, but there's a role that anybody can play within the open source community. There's needs for people to document stuff, to write code, or to even get, you know, go up to an elected position like the TSC, the Technical Steering Committee, or to even become, you know, take other leadership roles within the open source community.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's important. I mean, we've always prized having the end user organizations in our community. We think certainly for a company like Walmart, it's very obvious. You know, you're deep in these systems. Your business depends upon supply chains and those sorts of things. You're going to look under the covers from time to time, and probably even push it further in some ways than even the traditional vendors going for the mass market adoption might. But I think, you know, every bank out there, every financial institution has realized that in many ways they're an IT company that happens to manage financial assets, right? Every company that makes any non-trivial use of any of these use cases we talked about is at some point or another going to engage with the technology team, and actually having a capacity for that and being able to look below the layer sometimes. It's not something you should want to do every day, but the ability to do that, I think, is essential to business agility and being able to chart your own path through the
Absolutely.
through the space.
Absolutely. That's great. We have time for a few questions. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Oh, we do. So, well, first of all, thank you so much, Archana and Brian. Brian, I really appreciate that you called out rice as a use case because the state of Arkansas is a major rice producer. And I also wanted you to know, Brian, that some of our students at our graduate program have joined Hyperledger. They were curious. What can we contribute? What can we learn? So I had 7 students join this summer. I think 1 joined Aries and 1 joined Fabric. So I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. So one question, especially from a University of Arkansas student, we were teaching Composer here for a while. And so we wanted to ask you about the governance structure of Hyperledger. How do you decide when to retire a project, and how do you decide to bring new projects on?
Yeah. Well, open source projects are nothing without the people behind them, right? I often make a joking reference to Soylent Green in my presentations for anyone who's, cultural references go back to 1970s sci-fi movies. But literally, open source projects are made of people, and they live and die on the number of developers behind them and the ability to bring new developers in, new contributors in, as what inevitably happens, which is an original core developer needs to move on, right? For business reasons, for personal reasons, whatever. And, when you've got a technology that's a deep down technology like an operating system kernel or something like even Fabric, there's a natural proclivity for developers to, as they're building on top of a thing, kind of go underneath the layer and become eventually, in some of them cases, a core contributor. We've seen that a lot in Fabric. With tools, though, that are for new users and very much end users, and I'd include, for example, web browsers. The percentage of people who use a web browser who become a contributor to the internals of the web browser is infinitesimal, right? But on something like Composer, we really struggled because Composer was built very much as a mock-up tool, as a quick prototyping tool, and yet people were using it to build production systems and then to try to evolve those production systems, almost like an IDE, like a development tool. And the original developers around it got pretty nervous at that because they realized that pursuing that product strategy would lead you to a space that required a much bigger investment in terms of team, and it didn't strike them as right. They actually shifted focus back to the SDKs built around Fabric and trying to build plugins for platforms like Visual Studio. Rather than to have this standalone prototyping and design app, which was important early on, I think, to help people understand how to build these kind of Fabric style networks. The problem was, as they moved on, we weren't able to find other contributors to come in underneath them to continue to take Composer in the original direction. And so we had a challenge. Do we keep a project alive that has nobody behind it, nobody to answer questions when people hit issues with it, and doesn't get updated as Fabric, which was really designed to work against, gets updated, or even try to adapt it to other platforms? Do we keep that alive and keep it up and promote it and push it, knowing that it may lead end users off a cliff? Or do we pull it back and we say that was useful for its time, but we need to find other approaches? And really, it wasn't up to us as Hyperledger staff or up to me. It was up to the technical steering committee to make that call. And they decided, yeah, it's probably time to archive this project and encourage people instead to focus on these SDKs and other plugins for platforms. And so it's really hard sometimes for a community to make a decision like that, because often these are very personal kinds of issues. It can feel like an affront to end users or even core contributors. But we tackle those tough issues head on when a decision needs to be made.
Okay, great. And then on the flip side, like, how did you decide, okay, we're going to take this code, like Hyperledger Grid? What's the vetting process to take on a new project?
Yep. So all of the governance is very public in Hyperledger, and it really hinges on this technical steering committee, which is elected once a year. In fact, we're in the middle of TSC elections right now. An elected body of originally 11, now this year it'll be 15, representatives of the broader contributor community. Anybody who's submitted a patch or is a core maintainer or even made a series of documentation fixes. They get a vote, they elect this body of 15, and the new project process starts with a proposal. And in the proposal, we look for, it has to describe what's the scope of this project, is there pre-existing code, but really we also look for, are the original developers, are they going to stick around with this code and help it grow inside of Hyperledger, or is it really just an end-of-life strategy from a company that couldn't figure out how to manage?
Right.
Right. We don't want that. We don't want stuff left on our doorstep that then become our obligation, and our responsibility to have to carry forward. So we look for that, but we also look for signs that it's not just a single vendor project, that there's validation and in fact participation from others. And we typically look for something that already has a bit of traction. It can't really just be a good intent or a weekend prototype. We do have something called Hyperledger Labs, which is a place more for the weekend prototypes to go and live. And we've seen projects like Cactus and Avalon and a number of them grow from these weekend hacks through Hyperledger Labs into something that can become one of those 16, one of those, that well-managed portfolio. And so that's the process. And again, it's all very public, which can lead to a bit of rough and tumble from time to time, but that's the lifeblood of the project.
Again, thank you both so much for your contribution to our conference. And to our audience, it's now time to type in the secret word I said at the beginning. And we'll be back in a few minutes with Dr. Dan Conway, who will be hosting the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Thank you.
I wish we had 45 minutes, Brian. I felt like we were just, I didn't even get to him.
Well, good morning to some of you, good afternoon to others, and good evening to a few other of our friends around the world. It's my pleasure to introduce the next session. Today we have with us guests Mike from Microsoft and Alyssa from Corda, and they're going to introduce us to digital ecosystems. So I will do the introductions. I know I'm supposed to say that there is a game going on. Let's see. So the secret word for this period is market. Market, and that makes sense for the direction of the talk. So I'll introduce and then step out of the way. When you guys are ready for questions from the audience, Mike, you can let me know, and I'll be listening and I'll come back on. Mike, Senior Director of Applied Innovation and Digital Transformation at Microsoft. He's one of our Executive Advisory Board members, so thank you for that, Michael. Mike is an internationally known expert in innovation, strategy development, enterprise architecture. Mike holds the BNext, The Future Is Now podcast series. He's got a book coming out with Forbes, and his fun fact is that he's terrified of heights, so that he thought skydiving would be a way to cure it. Now, Walmart sells underwear if that doesn't go well. I'll let you fill in the rest of those details. Dr. DiCaprio is the head of trade and supply chain at R3 in New York, covers strategy, trade governance, and global standards initiatives. Previously, she worked at the Asian Development Bank as a senior economist working on digital trade, trade finance, and innovation. DiCaprio has worked in both public and private sectors on export promotion, trade negotiations, and labor issues. Her PhD is from MIT. Her fun fact is that she regularly races in Ironman triathlons, 2.5 miles swimming on purpose, 112 miles bicycle, and a full marathon at 26.2 miles. Welcome to both of you, and I'm sure there's other things that you could purchase for the end of a day like that. So have at it, Mike. Thank you, and I'll be coming back on with audience questions when you guys are ready.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Daniel, and thank you to the university for having both of us on here today. And yes, I am terrified of heights, and no, skydiving did not cure me of that, as I hypothesized. Yeah, interesting fun fact. So today, we're not going to be talking about any of that stuff. We're going to be talking about digital ecosystems. And when Mary Lassity and I had this conversation around digital ecosystems, we knew we weren't going to be able to cover this off in 20 to 30 minutes. And so we're going to deliberately go fast. We're deliberately keeping this kind of a mile wide and an inch deep for you guys. Know that we'll be able to share the decks. We'll be available for questions and answers at the end of the session, but also after the session. And we're going to provide some links to some extended resources as well. So with that said, let's start sharing my screen here. Let's see if I actually do the right one. Yes, allow Zoom to share your screen. I would love for that to happen. And of course, my handy dandy Macintosh is giving me trouble and wanting me to restart Zoom. We got a great backup plan. Alyssa, do you have the deck?
I sure do. Let's see if I can make this work.
So while we're waiting for that, and Daniel, if you have access to the deck, which you should, if you could share your screen, that'd be fantastic. But we're just going to keep rolling with this because we can get into kind of the first topic as we're trying to pull this up. The first thing is, what are digital ecosystems? And so both Alyssa and I have an extended amount of experience in this space, as much as one could have with this emergent technology. I thought it would be good for us to start off with, what is a digital ecosystem? What does that mean exactly? And think of a digital ecosystem as kind of the next wave of traditional ecosystems. We have these traditional ecosystems already. It's just they're not very efficient. But now with digital technologies, we've got all these endless connections. We've got all this data that is now at our fingertips. And now the question is how do we orchestrate? I think that's the key word here, is how do we orchestrate this information in a meaningful way across multiple parties while also addressing the shared risk, the legal obligations? Lovely. Great. So if we proceed to the next slide. See, guys, we're just we can keep rolling with this. And so this is the technical definition. I'm going to let you guys read this as we talk about this a little bit more, but no one wants me to kind of read verbatim this stuff. But the key essence is, with digital technologies, it allows us to enable always on, always connected, multifaceted business models where we start to get into the digital platform economy with companies like Amazon, Apple, Uber, Airbnb, Microsoft. You keep naming the companies, the big companies that everyone's heard of. This is the predominant business model going forward. And I'll take it one step further, everybody. The top 10 companies based on market capitalization on the planet are all either platform business models, or they show signs of moving towards this. So digital ecosystems is that key fabric that's stitching it all together. Now, keep in mind, it's not just one technology. There's many technologies that play here. There's technologies like blockchain that play a vital role here in the exchange of data, the security, the mastering of data, the interoperability of the data, etc. But also, that's got to play well with other technologies, even traditional database technologies for off-chain access. And another aspect here, if we go to the next slide, we've got a kind of a cohesive framework on how to think about this. And so I would encourage everyone to think about this both from a technical and from a business perspective. And so with a digital ecosystem business framework, what we can do is we can understand the complexities from a business strategy perspective on what we need to address with our digital ecosystem. Because what you're going to find, and Alyssa's going to go through this, I'm sure, and we didn't pre-rehearse this part, so I'm going out on a limb here, but you'll find that there isn't one ecosystem that looks the same, and most companies have many ecosystems, so they have an ecosystem of ecosystem strategy. And so if you have questions around the digital ecosystem business framework that gets into kind of the governing structure, the strategy piece, what kind of capabilities you're going to enable, value realization, et cetera, along with the technical framework that will get into some of the key components you need to address to become a digital ecosystem. It's not just about blockchain. As much as blockchain is a key enabler, if you don't have a user experience, no one's going to adopt it. And, someone asked me in an interview one time, they asked me, Mike, what was the best blockchain solution you've ever seen? And, I've said, essentially it's the solution that I had no idea blockchain was used, which is very, very true. So, so those two bits, we don't have enough time to go through them in depth, but I wanted to give you kind of the primer on those. And then lastly, on this slide, you'll see a method underneath. So if the two circles are the what, the bottom chevrons is how do I start to figure all this stuff out? And so I'm going to pause on this. Now, Alyssa, is there anything else that you want to build upon as far as, stuff? Because I've missed a ton of stuff. I already know that, but are there things that you want to highlight that would make sense here to share with the audience?
I would just spend like 2 seconds on the question of whether or not Corda is a digital ecosystem, or if there's a digital ecosystem around Corda, because I think there's potentially like a pretty solid example. Yep. Because, with R3, initially what we did was we made a very conscious decision to build the technology and try to build an ecosystem around that, or enable one to grow. So initially when we started, we were 9 banks in September 2015. By December 2015, we were 42 banks, but that's still banks. I mean, is that really a digital ecosystem? Not really. So, you brought up the idea of being a platform, which Corda is, and then sort of opening up around it. So basically what we did is, we made the very clear decision to focus on the technology, make sure it works, and make sure it works for anybody that wants to build on it. So today we have more than 350 companies building in all ways. In different parts of the ecosystem. It's open source. Anybody can contribute to the code base. Basically we understand that we're good at technology. We're a startup. We can't do everything. And so we've done our best to enable other companies that want to contribute different types of apps that other people can use and buy and interact with in order to create that digital ecosystem around Corda. So that's kind of how I would contribute to the answer to this question. But yeah, I thought you set it out very clearly.
And, actually, Alyssa, I think to give credit where credit's due here, in how I look at Corda is, while it may not be technically a digital ecosystem that a end user organization would kind of use out of the box, I look at this very similar to companies like Microsoft or Salesforce or the other big tech companies. Is we're providing technologies for others to build very rich and comprehensive digital ecosystems. So while it doesn't check all the boxes, I don't think it has to. I think this is a technology that is meant to enable digital ecosystems at scale. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what it's about, enabling others to build on this and making sure it works. I mean, I think that's the critical thing, right? Because if it doesn't work, nobody's going to build an ecosystem around it. Nobody's going to want to, contribute different applications and things like that.
And that's a great segue. And you've got a ton of really great examples. I'm sure I've got great examples as well. But as a segue into this, let's maybe talk about some of those customers that you've enabled with R3 Corda. I think just to give people a sense of what does this look like in the real world.
I always forget that I control both the slides and my own screen now. Well, yeah. So this is just some kind of considerations for how do you build an ecosystem. And what I thought would be useful to do here is really think about what exemplifies a company that's in an ecosystem. And so that's really why I brought up these couple of examples. And there's 2 or 3 that we can talk about. Here are just 2 of the projects. Ripe.io is in the agriculture track and trace. They track food characteristics. An interesting piece of this is it reminds us that like blockchain or Corda doesn't do everything. In fact, as a platform, it does really nothing on its own. If you have Corda, you can't really do much with it. Unless you have a workflow, in their case, they integrated IoT and soil sensors and things like that. So it allows you to do all these kind of like new, interesting things, but by itself, it's kind of like the Xbox without the games. So, with these examples, there's kind of what you see is 2 things. The first is the integration of other technologies, which I think is pretty critical. The second is that they do provide other services to other application builders. So this is maybe more in the case of Contour, which is a letter of credit solution. And what we see is, different applications that are, say, building in supply chain management. They realize, okay, well, now we have POs and invoices on the platform. Well, we could also maybe offer trade finance, but we're not banks and we don't actually have the ability to do that nor want to do it. So, what you can do, because there is this digital ecosystem, is you can look for other applications that do that. And you can use those to offer the same services. So we see the different services being built that can be interoperable and you can interact with them in different ways. So you, as the supply chain manager that has this blockchain solution on Corda, don't have to build everything. You can just use these other components that are already there. So those are sort of the 3 examples that I think are most useful. Just to get the sense that there are additional services out there. Like maybe you can offer a KYC service, a know your customer service, or anti-money laundering or sanctions checking for vessels if you're doing cross-border trade. These are all examples of different applications that provide services that don't necessarily have to exist only on their own, but exist because they're part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And some of the key things that I really like that you pointed out is that blockchain really needs a killer app, right? It needs something that gives it life. It on its own really doesn't really do much for you. And so I think, that's one of the key takeaways, I think, from a digital ecosystem perspective, is that it puts blockchain into real business context. It's able to drive real business outcomes because digital ecosystems is all about not only orchestrating the data across your B2B, B2C, B2E partners, but also it's about orchestrating the technologies that are used to enable all this. So, whether that's communications technology with, 5G or next gen wireless technologies, to IoT and sensors and, actuators, etc., to artificial intelligence and how that can be used to create things like predictive analytics. Because now we've got this great data that's, pristine from a blockchain perspective. Now it's actually time to use it. And that's the great thing about digital ecosystems, is it's really bringing that data to life. And so if we go to the next bit here, and again, everybody, we've got 20 minutes because we want to make sure we get to some of your questions as well. I thought that to do one takeaway, from Alyssa and I on what we would recommend to folks. And so I'm going to talk about more from a business angle. So if we go to the next slide, and if we reference our framework, our digital ecosystem framework, and if we say that there is a technical framework and there's a business framework, and then there's the thing that I actually build. So you see 3 distinct layers. The challenge is there's a lot of variability here. What are the options do I pick? What sort of legal model do I embark on? These are some of the questions that start to emerge as you start to venture outside of your boardroom. And now you've got 5, 6, 7, 100 different members from other boardrooms all converging to say, hey, let's all collaborate. So the one key takeaway that I want you guys to think about, and we go through this in the book, we go through this in the reference architecture material, is think really, really hard about the business model that you want to create for your ecosystem. And know that there isn't one ecosystem model to rule them all. It is perfectly acceptable to have multiple versions of an ecosystem. It's perfectly acceptable to have an ecosystem of ecosystem strategy that's very tailor fit and fit for purpose for very specific aspects. Let's say if you are in the airline industry, and we did a lot of work there, that standards for aviation parts is an open type of environment, versus someone like a GE that we did work with, where they've got also private ecosystems that all work together. And so looking at founder-led models, partnership-led models, and cooperative-led models is going to be really important to set the stage and tone for all those decisions that will need to come. Even those technical decisions will hinge directly on the business model you choose. So that's my one key takeaway. Alyssa, what are some of the things that you want folks to take away?
Well, from a platform perspective, what I wanted to do here with this slide, which I thought was pretty interesting, is look at, my main takeaway is phase your solution. To your point, no digital ecosystem looks exactly the same, right? And these are just some of the considerations that you make. It exists on a spectrum. So for example, IP ownership. It can be anywhere from a consortium where the consortium owns the IP to where the business network designer owns the IP. We see both of those. To your point, the sort of founder-led, what we call business-led or technology-led, bottom-up, top-down models, both of those work, both of those exist. And what I did here is I put examples of different consortia that exist building around on Corda and where they fall. And you can see they fall everywhere.
Yeah.
And that also goes for, are you a commercial enterprise, nonprofit? Do you have open membership, closed membership? I mean, there's so many different decisions. So really phase what you're doing. And we see these particularly with a lot of our apps are cross-border. And they're in the logistics space. You brought up, aviation, parts, MRO, that kind of thing. These are cross-border issues. What you want to do initially is you want your application to work, right?
Right.
You want to create a very small part of the process. This is a new technology. And just take blockchain, use it for this small thing, and then expand it. So where we see projects that are cross-border, the initial project often is domestic, or even if it might even be local to the company. So you make sure that works. You maybe work with your tier 1 suppliers, and then you expand to your tier 2, tier 3, if you're doing deep tier supply chain, for example. And so that's the most important thing. If you try to take the whole thing at once, it's often too much. you know, as one example, and I'll kind of stop here. There was a cross-border application that was tracking agriculture, and it was from New Zealand to China. They did it. It was great. And you know, I was talking to the application builder. I said, "Fantastic. You know, what are you doing next now that you've done this fantastic pilot?" And he's like, "Well, we have to change the law, because right now everything has to be on paper." And so we got waivers for this application transaction, but that'll take about 4 years. So
Yes.
it's really important to have a phased approach.
So this is great. You know, it builds on the same concepts that we talked about with the first recommendation, and really provides some good quantification and qualification here. So, you know, like we talked about, we want to save time for Q&A. I want to hand it over to Dr. Mary Lassity here to, or Daniel, whoever is going to help us with the questions, hand it over to that person, and we'll answer your questions.
Thank you, both of you. The ecosystems are a really interesting phenomenon because we don't have an existing regulatory framework for something that didn't exist 5 years ago. And trying to extend what we have sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. And your stories are give us great insights to some of the challenges. So some of the questions that have come in, we won't be able to get through all of them, but let me ask one. One was trust, the concept of trust in an ecosystem. Is that the same for all participants, or does trust mean something either culturally different or different nationally?
So I'll take a quick crack at this because this is a very lengthy conversation, but I'll say it in a very pithy way. Trust is a lot like truth. It's in the eye of the beholder. And so for different ecosystems, they will handle trust differently. And what I'm talking about with trust is not only you can trust the data, but also what is the level of participation and membership within an ecosystem? Who can see what and when and how? Based on the business model, again, it will determine what sort of data rights you will have to that data. Now, since we're talking about blockchain, it's also predicated that there is going to be a level of data security and privacy. That's almost a given in this digital ecosystem environment. But really where the question around trust comes in is that next layer up when you've got business interests. So like in a founder-led model, you've got a conglomerate that controls the ecosystem, and then you've got competitors within that. Well, there might be a conflict of interest. And so it really depends on the business model. So you really have to think through those aspects. And that's why starting with the strategy is so important. 80%, I would even push it. I would say maybe 90% of these decisions are not technical. They're business questions. Alyssa, what do you think?
I would say that trust is important, but it means different things to different parts of the ecosystem. So for example, if you look at supply chain applications, often what you do is you may have a buyer that runs the application, and the suppliers are uninterested in being part of blockchain. Like, they don't want to run a node. They don't want to know what's happening. They trust the buyer. They work with the buyer. That's all they want to do is continue to work that way. So in that case, blockchain is not changing anything. The relationship hasn't made a difference at all in those relationships. But then where it has changed it is if you look at the industry wide, right? So normally when you think of innovation is in a corporation, right? It's a sense of competition. But when you're looking at innovation across a sector, what you see with blockchain in particular is this moving of the needle between what is competitive behavior and what is cooperative behavior. And that's where the issue of trust comes in, because you have to have competitors working together in order to make this work, right? In order to make this good for everybody, you need standards, you need to, sit in a room and argue with each other until you agree that this is how you're going to represent an invoice across the sector, for example. Right. So I think that's an important piece of this, is really thinking about moving the needle in terms of the entire industry.
Yeah, and I want to cap this off with one statement, Daniel, and that's, I think the pivot point is not trust, because like you've heard from both myself and Alyssa, it means different things for different people. And I think pivoting off of what you guys talk about, the Internet of Value, I think that is a much better thing to pivot off of rather than trust, because again, it's subjective. It means different things. It could be even regionalized. It could be based on the company, lots of different things. So really, in my mind, it's really about pivoting off of the value that I'm going to create for my company and my consumers.
Very nice. Let me shotgun you a few questions, and we just have a minute or two. Are there regulatory agencies in these ecosystems? Can one competitor block out another? Who controls process? Can it be revoked? Can it be transferred? Permissioning process questions. Lots of things along those lines. In 2 minutes.
Yes, and yes. The answer is all yes. And again, that's where it comes back to the business model that Alyssa and I are talking about, is that being very deliberate in understanding the implications of our decisions going forward is so critical. And that's why we came up with these frameworks, is so that we can help customers manage the complexity around these decisions that need to occur and not box them into a corner and limit adoption. That's the quick answer. Alyssa, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Well, I think those were a mix of sort of like technical and business questions. Yeah. I think Mike answered it really well. I would just build off of a little bit about the regulator issue, because I think that is important, right? I mean, we're building lots of things, and if you're building it without the regulators, you don't want to go knock on their door and be like, hey, we've got blockchain, what do you think? And they will absolutely stop what you are doing because they do not like it. Regulators are definitely part of these. The challenge is regulators have to stay neutral, right? So they're part of everything. So really what you want to think about is how to approach the regulator, and in what's, like, you don't want to share all of the data with them, for example. They want to be able to see the transaction, perhaps, as they're monitoring it, but they don't want all of your data. They want 4 data points. As you know, one example. So we've spent a lot of time figuring out what they need and figuring out how to get them, rather than just flooding them with data, which is possible, but which honestly they don't want. But they've been participating pretty heavily, not only in CBDC, the central bank digital currency projects, but all of them, just so they ramp up their understanding of what's going on. They are able to put in place regulations that make sense. Because they're not trying to regulate away innovation, but they really do need to understand what's happening. So I think all of the blockchain projects do have involvement with regulators as well.
And I'll go even further, Alyssa. Get those people involved early in your process. As soon as you've got your idea, get the lawyers in the room, get the compliance people in the room, understand what regulators need to be involved at what point, your data standards organizations, get all those involved early, or you're going to have problems later on.
Yeah. Postpone the technology talk. All right. Well, thank you both very much. I find this topic absolutely intriguing and incredibly important as well. So I'm grateful personally for both of you, and the Blockchain Center thanks you as well. If you're listening, remember, enter the secret word wherever secret words are entered. And we'll be back in about a minute with our next speakers. Thanks again.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Well, welcome. We have such a treat. We have 2 of my favorite people. We're going to be having a conversation on innovative regulations. So we have Professor Carol Goforth. I introduced her a little bit earlier this morning. So I told the audience that she's a professor here at the University of Arkansas in the School of Law. And Carol, I'm going to plug your book. Okay, so this is Regulation of Crypto Transactions. It's about 600 pages, but you don't have to be a lawyer to read it and appreciate it. So I highly recommend this as a reading. And I'm also going to give a shout out to the University of Arkansas Law Review. The current issue is on crypto regulations, and Carol has a paper in here. So Carol, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Now, Steve, oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Carol. Steve, I don't know how to introduce you, right? You've got so many hats, so I'm just going to say a couple things about you. All right, you are CEO and president of the American Certified Brands, who created Beef Chain, which is a very rancher-centric model that happens to be enabled with blockchains. You're a professor at the University of Wyoming and founding director of their Blockchain Center of Excellence. And you've been, you're going to talk about regulations in Wyoming today, but you've been instrumental, you and your partner, Caitlin Long, in helping Wyoming with these very innovative regulations. And I want to give you a huge congratulations to both of you, since Carol spoke there as well, on the Wyoming Blockchain Stampede. You had almost 5,000 participants. It was a fantastic event, so congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, I don't want to eat up into too much of your time, so I'll turn the conversation over to you two. And when you're ready for hopefully a couple questions from the audience, just call me back.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that Steve and I agreed what we were going to do is conduct this kind of as a conversation between the two of us, with me getting the much easier role of asking questions, because I'm from Arkansas, where we do not have a robust supportive regulatory environment for crypto or blockchain yet. And so we want to learn from you. And I thought the first place ought to be, what was it about Wyoming that positioned it to become the trailblazer in states with regard to crypto blockchain favorable legislation?
Well, Carol, that's a great question. And, Wyoming truly is a unique and special place. I'm speaking to you right now from Jackson Hole, which is absolutely stunningly beautiful part of the state. I'm actually from the other part of the state, and I'm here in another conference. But Carol, what really makes Wyoming unique is it really is it still has that Western ethos to it. It is, you look at some of the things Wyoming has done throughout our history. Wyoming was the first state to give women the vote 50 years before women could vote in the U.S. Wyoming had the first Supreme Court justice. Wyoming had the first all-female jury. It goes on. And Wyoming in 1977 also invented the limited liability company. So Wyoming has just always been a bit of a trailblazer. And in digital assets, it's exactly the same. Wyoming, likes to, as the motto of the University of Wyoming, it's bucking the system since 1886. That spirit very much exists within and across Wyoming, from the governor's office to the University of Wyoming, to the legislature, and to the very people that live here. So I think, Wyoming is kind of the perfect storm of opportunity and history to really do something unique and different.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure how other states can borrow that rich legislative history. So let me switch gears and ask you, as you know, Wyoming has a lot of legislation dealing with blockchain, digital assets, cryptocurrencies. And we were talking earlier about how do you count them? Do you count just the acts that have been amended, or the total pieces of legislation? And it's either 13 or 20, depending on how you count it. That's a lot. Of those, which do you think has played the biggest role for encouraging crypto entrepreneurs in Wyoming?
Well, when Carol, certainly you as an attorney would appreciate this. Some of the bills you pass are enabling to allow other bills to be passed. You sometimes have to, amend certain statutes that, that tie to other statutes. So some of the bills certainly are sexier than others, but I believe the bills that I think I'm most proud of being involved in are really 4 of them. The first one was the first one I'm proud of is Wyoming did a token taxonomy, which described under law the different types of tokens and defined a type of token that had been out there, but nobody really knew how to define under law, which is the consumer or the utility token. We all know what a security token is. We all know what cryptocurrency is. But what's this other class of tokens that exist? So Wyoming did do that. We created a fintech sandbox. Not entirely unique. Arizona has a fintech sandbox as well too. But I think ours is a little bit more robust because it's longer, and the way we wrote it has some direct connections to our legislature fixing some challenges that companies may run into. But essentially, the fintech sandbox allows fintech companies, blockchain companies, to domicile their company in Wyoming and register with our Secretary of State's office. And in working with the Secretary of State's office, or if could be other regulators based on how the business operates, to get a little bit of regulatory wiggle room to be able to experiment. And as long as you're really not ripping somebody off, then you're gonna be able to do things that our laws may not contemplate, but we're going to allow you to do that. And then our legislature will then look backwards and go, hey, yeah, there is something there that we need to fix. So I think that's powerful for economic development. We exempted cryptocurrencies from taxes. We did a number of things around that. We changed our money transmitter law to be to allow exchanges to work much more easily in the state of Wyoming. But the one that's what I believe is truly the killer app is we invented the first new financial institutions in over 40 years. And those are our special purpose depository institutions, which are Wyoming chartered banks. I mean, these are banks, and they're chartered and regulated by our Division of Banking. But what's unique about them is they can deal in custody cryptocurrency, which that doesn't exist in any other state in the U.S. And I do believe that that is truly groundbreaking, and I think going to set Wyoming apart. Very similar to how, if you look at South Dakota right now with credit card processing, South Dakota has more banking assets in it than even New York, because almost all credit cards are processed through South Dakota because they created some enabling legislation, 30 some odd years ago. And now, Sioux Falls is really, really the headquarters for credit card processing and has nearly 16,000 jobs associated with that. So we believe Wyoming can do the exact same thing with this new banking regulations within this asset class.
That's phenomenal. One of the things that I learned when I was participating in the Wyoming Hackathon last week was—
Thank you, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, it was wonderful. In the presentation from Caitlin Long was that Wyoming has experienced a 75% increase in the number of new businesses being formed. Wyoming has 3 California banks that have applied to change location to Wyoming, moving their headquarters, moving their personnel, moving their economic center of operations to Wyoming from California. Those are huge shining beacons of reasons why other states ought to want to try to do similar things. If you're starting or near ground zero, like Arkansas is, what would be good initial actions, ones that legislators who are not yet up to speed could wrap their heads around, could understand, and begin to move into this space?
Well, I would preface that by saying, please wait 2 or 3 years so that we can.
Oh, no, 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 no.
I'm always reluctant to answer that question because people are like, well, how can we do this in our state? And in the back of my mind, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't want Wyoming to lose the lead. But that's a great question. Listen, one of the truly wonderful things about the U.S. is we do have 50 individual states that has their own series of laws and so I would recommend. Let me tell you a little bit about how the roadmap worked here, because I think it can that same roadmap can work in other places. The first thing you really need is you need a champion who truly understands the workings of your state law, and we actually had. We had 2 people that were exceptionally good at that. Caitlin is an attorney and understands a lot of that, but we also had a brilliant young lawyer who at the time was in our legislative services office named Chris Land. And Chris Land truly understood, because when you draft legislation, what's really interesting about drafting legislation is you often just can't read the one bill and truly understand it because it's referencing other bills and other laws, and it's kind of and so having somebody who truly understands the nexus of how all your state laws work is very important. Number 2. You need to have individuals in the legislature who truly understand how digital assets work and how it could impact the state. And we had several of those, and I'm going to name a few of them. But if I forget anybody, I apologize. But Tyler Lindholm was a driving force behind our legislation. He is the majority whip in our House of Representatives. We had our Vice President of the Senate, Ogden Driscoll. We had a number of senators and legislators from, Senator Tara Nethercott, Senator Chris Rothfuss, who's at the University of Wyoming, who's just really understands this technology well. Representative Jared Olson, just a number of people who saw the value that this could bring to the state and help bring our legislation through. And so that's important. You need to have a willing governor. Bear in mind, most legislation can stop at the governor's office, and we've had 2 governors because in the middle of our legislation we had our Governor Mead term limit out, and we had Governor Mark Gordon come in, and both of them have been strongly behind these initiatives. We had individuals come and speak from our university to talk to those legislatures who are still not sure about how this asset class works, and having university folks and their credibility speaking to the legislature was unbelievably important. And I know this is going to be a hard lift for many states, but having a Caitlin Long doesn't hurt either. Caitlin is a force of nature. All of this started because she wanted to donate appreciated Bitcoin to the University of Wyoming, which is her alma mater and where her father taught for 40 years. And she wanted to endow a scholarship for female engineers and ran smack dab into an antiquated money transmitter law that just wasn't built to be future proof. And that's what started it. But then having a legislature that, said, well, what more can we do with this? So, you really, I think it might be a heavy lift for many other states because we just had a perfect storm of individuals. And our legislature is not professional legislators. They are limited by Constitution how many times they can meet a year. They all have other full-time jobs, and I think that helps. And Wyoming, and as I mentioned before, just the spirit and ethos of this state is unique. And look, there are a number of states out there that are copying Wyoming. I just heard recently that Rhode Island, South Carolina, Colorado, well, Colorado we knew about. There's a little competition between Wyoming and Colorado. California, I believe Alaska and Hawaii are looking to imitate our SPDI institutions. And I think we all know that, Brian Brooks of the OCC, issued an interpretive letter that, kind of mimics a little bit of what of Wyoming is doing. We're still going to have quite a head start. But there's states nipping at our heels. And, I would, as someone who is involved in this space, I'd love to see the legal regime exist across the country. But as a Wyomingite, you know what? I kind of hope they drag their feet a little bit and give us that 18 months to 2 years that we need to really establish ourselves as, that new financial center. And then we'll help anybody else that wants to do this.
Well, for those of us who are not legislators and not Caitlin Long, what can or should we be doing to encourage our states to move in that direction and not drag their heels?
That's a great question. And here's where I actually think you're better off not being a legislator. One of the things that really helped move a lot of this Wyoming legislation through, certainly at the beginning, was we would do legislative meet and greet events, and we would have early on dozens, and then later on hundreds of just regular folk attend to these things and just talk with their legislators and answer questions. And it truly was a grassroots operation in the beginning. And so believe it or not, I actually think you're just call your legislators. They want to hear from you. And just schedule time with them when you see them at campaign events and they ask for questions. Just say, hey, have you contemplated, or I'd like an opportunity to talk to you about, most state legislators are pretty accessible to their constituents. So begin the dialogue. That's the most important thing. Is when we first started this, there was probably a half dozen legislators in both houses that really understood what this was. Towards the end, our bills were passing nearly unanimously, and that happens through education. So just reach out to your legislators, talk to them, tell them that, this is something that's important to you, volunteer to help them understand what this industry is and what these asset classes are. And because many of them have a bit of an outdated opinion of what digital assets are. They still think it's terrorist funding. They still think it's, Silk Road. And, look, the internet started that way, and look at how the internet is touching our lives today. Well, blockchain and digital assets are going to be that same way in the next few years. And with everything going on with BSA and know your customer legislation, especially in our speedy banks, have to comply with the law. And another example I like to use is not that long ago. Remember, there was a hack of Twitter, and a number of prominent people's Twitter accounts were hacked and suggested that you donate Bitcoin. Well, part of the reason why I think the perpetrators, fairly young folks, were caught so quickly is, this isn't the Wild Wild West anymore out there. And I'm pretty sure the reason it took 2 weeks for law enforcement to announce those arrests were they probably knew who the perpetrators were in 4 or 8 hours, and they spent the rest of the 2 weeks building the case, and then they made the announcement. So anything you do on a keyboard can be tracked. so quite frankly, those days of Silk Road are long behind us. These are legitimate assets, and that the industry has truly grown up. And so that's what you need to tell your legislators. Take that fear away. It's we will be using, central bank digital currencies in the near future. We will be doing international transactions using, stable coins. We will all be doing that in the near future, and just help your legislators understand that.
Okay, I think I've been asked to make sure that I don't ask questions. So Dr. Lassity, what would you like us to do? We're ready for questions.
Oh, we're ready for questions. Thank you so much. So Steve Lupien spoke to our graduate blockchain class this summer. And so I'm going to call one of the questions from the students in that class. So you had just talked in our class this summer about Speedy Banks. Were coming. And so now they have a couple of announcements. So the student asks, you've established the first crypto bank. What are your thoughts on that? And what do you see as the future for that bank?
Well, the first bank that announced was started by Kraken. I think most of us know Kraken. They're probably the world's largest and most recognized crypto exchange. I buy my digital assets through Kraken. They're a great team. And what Speedy Bank is going to do for Kraken is essentially give them access into the payment rails. Normally, a company like Kraken will need to have a correspondent bank to work with in order to do international transactions, to move money, via ACH or SWIFT. So what this is going to do for Kraken is twofold: give them direct access to the world's payment rails, and give them a regulatory wrapper to their exchange business, which I think is wonderful. They will now be regulated by the Wyoming Division of Banking, and I think that should assure everybody that it's the next stage in digital assets, in my opinion, growing up. And I know there's people out there who will criticize me, going, "Oh, wait a minute! The whole purpose of digital assets and bitcoins is, to free us from government, and it's peer to peer. We don't need all this." I from an idealized standpoint, I agree with that, but we live in the real world, and the world's not ready for that yet. And technology does need to be backwards compatible to the law. And I think that's exactly what Speedy Banks do. So Kraken has made their announcement a couple of weeks ago. They are now Kraken Bank. Kraken Financial, I believe, is their official name. If you haven't seen their logo, please look up their logo. It's great. It takes the Wyoming logo and the Kraken logo and kind of puts it together in a way that's just, it'll put a smile on your face. But there's going to be a number of announcements coming up. The second institution is going before the Wyoming Banking Board next week, and that's Avanti Bank, which is going to be a little bit more of a commercial bank. And we are hoping that they'll go through the process as smoothly as Kraken did, and then bring it on. We welcome everybody else to Wyoming.
Okay, awesome. So a couple of students have also asked about the Speedy Banks. Will they be able to make loans to like retail customers, or is this institutional customers?
The way the bill is written, they are not going to be able to make loans directly. The way Wyoming was able to create this institution and not run afoul of the FDIC, who has been I don't want to say challenging. Their job is to mitigate risk and protect the assets of banks, and that's why they provide insurance. And along with that insurance, you have to go along with their rules of limiting risk. So FDIC insured banks cannot deal in digital assets. Wyoming, by making these banks 100% reserve banks, which means you put $1 in, that dollar stays there. That dollar is not loaned out. Eliminates the need to have that FDIC insurance. So the short answer is no. They're not going to be able to make loans in their current state. But what you'll probably see happen is you'll probably start to see strategic partnerships between the Wyoming Speedy Banks and some other traditional financial institutions, because other financial institutions are going to want to have these Speedy Banks custody crypto assets for their customers. And in exchange, I'm sure these Speedy Banks will have agreements that will allow them through those partnerships to make loans, in that sort of way. So in the future, from a customer standpoint, I think you'll see a melting of that. But from a legal standpoint, the answer is no. They're two separate entities in how they operate.
Okay, great. Well, thank you both so much for being here. And Steve, you and I will continue to work together. So I'm very excited about our partnership with the University of Wyoming. We had several of our students attend the hackathon last week. And of course,
thank you.
Go Forth was in your law comm.
She did a wonderful job. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So again, our conversations will continue. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, to our audience, you are now ready to enter the secret word. And before we go to breakout, I have a couple of announcements. So first of all, I really want to thank our production team. So we have a whole command center that you don't see as an audience, but I want to thank Michael Curtis, our two graduate assistants, Odessa Ellie and Lily Wilson, and of course, Professor Dan Conway and Catherine Carlisle. This has been a fantastic event. They made it easy for me. If you would like to go back and see any of these talks, they are streaming on the Walton College YouTube page, so you can go there, and also on the Blockchain Center of Excellence Facebook page and Twitter feed. I also want to remind you, we really want everybody to fill in the attendee survey. So you'll find that in the Brella app. Just go to the More tab, click on it, and then you'll see the survey. It won't take up too much of your time, but we want to know what you loved, what you didn't love, and what you'd like to see more of. Okay, I think Odessa Ellie, our graduate student, is going to tell us who was the leader of our blockchain conference game today.
Hi, Dr. Lassity, and sure, I can share the leaderboard. So in first place, we have Reagan White. He got 5 out of 5. Congratulations to Reagan White. And then in second place, we have a 4-way tie between Adib, Justin, Paul, and Jesus. So congratulations to all of you for participating and for doing so well. Thank you very much for participating.
That's great. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Reagan, and congratulations. She is an honors student in our Blockchain Honors Forum. So that's wonderful. Thank you, Odessa. Okay, now some instructions. So we're going to move to 2 breakout sessions. And if you want to stay in the main conference center stage, we are going to meet our block stars from the University of Arkansas. So they'll be talking about their research. So you can stay here. I will be hosting that. If you would like to hear the central bank, global digital currencies, and blockchains, please, you're going to go to breakout room number 1. So how you do that on the Brella platform, look above your video, you'll see a little point down menu. So pull that down, click breakout room 1, and then also make sure you change your question and answer to breakout room 1. So we'll have that for the next 45 minutes. And then the second breakout session, if you want to stay in the main stage, we'll have Professor Dan Conway hosting an event on blockchain analytics and artificial intelligence. And in breakout room 1, you can join me with our team from McKesson talking about pharma asset tracking and beyond. And then in breakout room 2, we're going to have lessons learned from coffee farmers in Honduras, and that will be hosted by Catherine Carlisle. Okay, so we're going to take a short break. So go give us a few minutes. We've got a lot to maneuver to activate the breakout rooms. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome to our breakout session where you have an opportunity to meet 3 faculty who are doing research projects in blockchain solutions. So this morning, we've already met Dr. Zach Steelman. And so I mentioned he's an assistant professor here at the University of Arkansas, and he teaches our blockchain development classes to our graduate students. Now, I'm going to share one fun fact about each one of these professors, because professors can feel very intimidating. Zach, I don't know if you know I'm going to share this on you, but Zach's fun fact for me is that he owns a vintage car services company. So if you need parts with your vintage car or help getting it up and running, call Zach. I could have done worse, Zach.
There's a lot crazier facts you probably could have told me.
Okay, and we already were introduced to Dr. Remco van Hook. And you've had a lot going on even today. I can see you doing a lot with the Center of Supply Chain going on today. But I'm going to call out one thing, because Professor Van Hook is also co-author of this wonderful book, Integrating Blockchain into Supply Chain Management. He co-authored that with our dean, who you met yesterday, and with some other faculty members from supply chain. So that's an awesome resource. Okay, Remco's fun fact is, in these COVID times, he decided to set up in his neighborhood a little mock Tour de France. And so he does this every night with his sons. And the last time I checked in with you, Remco, your 9-year-old took the yellow shirt. So shame on you. What are you doing, old man? And it's a pleasure also to introduce you to Dr. Aaron Shu. Now, Aaron and I met when he was doing a postdoc here at the Dale Bumpers College of Agriculture, Food and Life Sciences at the University of Arkansas. He's now the Wilson Chair of Agricultural Economics at Arkansas State University. Aaron is really interested in kind of the consumer economic side of this, like, are customers going to pay more for traceability on technologies like blockchain? I don't know if this is a fun fact or not, Aaron, but Aaron's going to try to run 100 miles in one go in about 2 weeks here. So good luck, Aaron. Let us know how you do.
Well,
and I believe you're gonna share first, Aaron. So please take the stage.
Right. Yeah, sounds great. Thanks for having me, Mary. Let me get my screen shared here so you can see what I see. I'll move y'all off to the side here. And there we go. Hopefully you can all see that, huh?
We can.
Great. There we go. All right. Well, yeah, thanks again for the warm introduction, and thanks for allowing me to share some of our research here on blockchains and consumers. Yeah, it's been a very interesting process for me to learn about blockchain. I'm still new to this world, and it seems like every time I get my head around a piece of it, it changes. But yeah, so today I'll share a little bit about what we found in a study of consumers with respect to blockchain traceability in the U.S. beef supply chain. I also want to acknowledge Heather Snell and Rudy Nyga over in Ag Economics Department for being part of this study. So there's a huge impetus, as many of you probably know, for blockchains in food and agriculture. U.S. consumers directly purchase about $641 billion of food from retail stores annually. Highly competitive, highly fragmented, and everyone's fighting for an edge, either in cost savings or increasing revenue, which is true for all businesses, but it's particularly cutthroat in the food industry. So additionally, we've got regulatory issues. You know, we get about 48 million people get sick, 128,000 are hospitalized, and 3,000 die from foodborne illnesses in the U.S. each year. So that's a fairly substantial number. We've also got trade issues. This is not new, and it's growing concern. So Thad Lively of U.S. Meat Export Federation has said that up till now, we really don't have a national animal ID or traceability system. It hasn't stymied our export markets tremendously yet, but it could create unforeseen future vulnerabilities and put us at a disadvantage. So this creates an impetus for us to find a way to trace our beef cattle from farm to fork. Our current beef traceability system is primarily consists of manual spot checking. It requires a lot of labor. You've got farmers recording their every transaction through the supply chain, and then the USDA comes in and spot checks at each point, whether at the slaughterhouse or as it goes to retail. So it lacks some transparency. The Beef Magazine recently surveyed producers about implementing a whole supply chain traceability system, and 62% favored this. And of those, 82% supported this for disease containment and traceback. 76% supported it for opening more foreign markets. And the focus of our study today, 71 supported it for consumer transparency. So producers see a potential to increase value. That's what we're all here for. How do we increase the value of what blockchain traceability offers? Frank Yiannas, the FDA Deputy Commissioner of Food Policy, made a statement earlier this year that they're ready to release a blueprint of FDA's new era of smarter food safety, so that while prevention remains their priority, they're also planning to pursue ways to empower consumers with real-time information, which would lead to direct-to-consumer outreach and notifications, likely coming from some type of blockchain platform. So these things are all in the works in the background. So how might this work? How might a blockchain traceability system work? And I'm giving just the conceptual framework here. I'm not a blockchain architect, but from what I understand, we could connect all the various sensors that we have on farms now, use the Internet of Things and digital record keeping to automate this system. Rather than spot checking, we actually put every transaction into a blockchain to keep that food identity preserved from the farm to the sale lot to packers and on through distribution to retail. So the potential exists to reduce transactional costs and create more efficiency. Maybe upgrade costs to the system, but overall we'll hopefully see some of those cost savings. So the technology would promise in the long run to improve traceability of food from farm to fork using this shared system viewable by the public. And there's the transparency that we're looking for. So there are a number of blockchain attributes though that might matter to consumers. So we all hear the term blockchain initially. Many of you, maybe like me, heard it because of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and that was my only context for understanding what a blockchain was. And now I feel like I've gained a little more understanding. But then you hear other terms, digital ledgers, which are effectively the same thing, but probably not as much in the public eye. So is there a blockchain branding? When you slap that name blockchain on a product, does it mean anything to a consumer? There's a governance piece. So do people value a permissionless, publicly governed system, an anonymous system? Or would they maybe prefer a private permission system managed by the USDA or by a corporate or third party? How might they value blockchain or USDA certification with respect to these different attributes that they're already paying for, grass-fed or low-carbon beef or QR codes with producer information? So all of these factors influence consumer trust and ultimately their valuation of a product. And so our big question, much more complicated than the way it shows up simply here, but would consumers pay more for some sort of blockchain certification branding for the way their product is traced? So to get at this idea, we designed a choice experiment, which is just a series of choice tasks. So we have product labels and attributes with different price combinations that looks like as close to a real world market scenario as we get. We got about 1,096 responses from across the US representing the US consumer. So various demographics, education, and so forth. And we compared these labels and certifications to try to identify consumer preferences and their comparative willingness to pay. So again, we're getting that willingness to pay is whether they would maybe give a premium for blockchain or maybe they require a discount. In our case, we expect they might pay a premium. So beef is an ideal medium to test a blockchain traceability and branding because governance right now is already pretty centralized under the USDA. So if we decentralize that a bit, and add layers of transparency. What might that do? It's already being piloted by a number of blockchains. One example would be BeefChain. You can check them out. You know, and there are a number of attribute issues that might help us with the traceability piece. Can we preserve the identity, for example, of how much greenhouse gas emissions are associated with the production side? How much does a consumer care about that? How much would they pay more to know about that? The same with QR codes. Where and how an animal is produced, the animal welfare piece. How much might they pay for that information? So here's an example of some of the labels that we use. Try to use common looking labels so as not to create bias for one over the other. The digital ledger label would have, so about half of our respondents got digital ledger labels and the other got blockchain certified labels. So we can kind of see that blockchain effect. There are QR codes and USDA certified, grass-fed, and low carbon emissions are reducing with the carbon trust labels there as well. So each of these is presented with some definitions at the beginning of the choice experiment. And then it's presented as just a binary choice with an alternate no buy option, right? We all choose not to buy things. So we have to have that as an option to be realistic. Our prices for beefsteak range from about $5 to $15 a pound. So here's what a typical choice task would look like. So the survey is not very long. You know, they would read a basic introduction, then go through about 9 of these examples. And you'll see here at the bottom, these prices would change with every selection. And so if somebody didn't care about labels at all, they're going to pick the lower price. And then from there, we start looking at the labels. Well, we also would expect on the left, 3 labels, we all like more information, right? But by alternating how many labels are on each selection and providing a single label on the other side, we can isolate the value that those provide. And so what we're really interested in is when this USDA certified becomes blockchain certified or digital ledger certified. So our main findings from this, so one, consumers were very unfamiliar with blockchain. And whether we asked digital ledger or blockchain, they actually both averaged about 1.5 out of 5. So people really aren't familiar. More people were familiar with Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, but that did not affect their results. So they still have a disconnect from what blockchain might be able to offer. And so the branding piece did not actually turn out the way we might have expected. Now that said, whoops. So that said, the labels did drive differences in consumer value. And when those labels were certified, combined with a blockchain certified label, that did create a higher premium. So we saw that grass-fed, for example, when with a blockchain certification label, that added a $2.56 premium. That number's approximate, of course, but it does show that there could be premiums or values added by blockchain. Still, they valued that USDA certification label more at $2.93. So we suspect that perhaps that governed blockchain, a USDA governed blockchain, the familiarity with USDA and the power of blockchain might actually elicit the most value. We further segmented consumers into natural groups. So we found some people were more price and certification oriented, about 24% of consumers. They cared a lot about certification and a lot about price, not as much about the labels. And there are weak beef preferences. These are folks that just don't value beef that much. Then there are the labeling folks. They just want the grass-fed label or the QR code to know about their producer. Price wasn't as important for them. They were willing to pay a lot more just to have those labels on there. And they didn't really care where it was certified, oddly enough. And then this last category, which is where most people fall, it's where I would say I fall, right? I want more information, whatever it is, and I'll pay more for it. So that's where about 38.6% of folks fell. So that's kind of a summary of what we found and how people might view blockchain. We are going to have a special issue on blockchain in the ag and food policy space coming out in applied economic perspectives and policy in coming months. So keep an eye out for that. Thanks again, Mary, for having me. Look forward to hearing what others have to say.
Thank you so much, Aaron. We're going to hold questions. Hopefully we'll have time for the end, but I'm going to call up Zach now.
I think Remco was going to go next, but I can jump in either way.
I'm happy to go. So let me pull up my slides and get this going. Hold on. Just need to get to, there we are. And jump straight to the end. So here we go. All right. You see that okay? Super. All right. Thank you for having me. So I'm coming to you from the CACMP Supply Chain Hall of Fame, which will be hosted by the Sam M. Walton College of Business, officially as of next week when we'll virtually open on our website. And it houses tributes to Hall of Famers, including Henry Ford, Mr. Hunt, George Lauer, who invented the barcode. And that's part of the reason why I bring it up. When you look at the greatest that have been and that are in supply chain, technology plays a key role in supply chain, going all the way back to Henry Ford. And that's why it is relevant to make reference to blockchain in the context of supply chain, because it is an exciting technology that has a lot to offer for the future of supply chain. You probably are familiar with this study where they looked at hundreds of blockchain projects, and where they found out on the top right that supply chain is becoming and has become a core focus in use cases and blockchain projects underway, according to these industry experts. And to me, as a supply chain person that found out about blockchain as opposed to the other way around, that makes a lot of sense, because blockchain can resolve traditional problems that supply chain managers struggle with. It can create opportunities to create oversight, to remove traditional barriers, and give us kind of a seldom seen view and an awesome perspective on what's happening in our supply chains around the world that will enable us to take supply chain capability and contributions for business and society in which we operate to new levels of value and performance. And why am I saying that? Well, if you look at the nature of supply chains on the left and some of the widely shared challenges resulting from that nature of supply chain on the right, it makes sense that blockchain might be a very valuable technology to consider to dispose of some of those challenges. So starting on the left, if you look at the nature of supply chains typically consist of multiple tiers of businesses that in a sequence of transactions that are independent buying and selling relationships function in the context of a chain. We typically have distributed operations. Typically, they are distributed around the world. And we are ultimately focused on serving a highly unpredictable consumer demand. And as a result, facing lots of risks in the process of doing so. So the challenge of supply chain is, how do I share data across all of those tiers and around the world in an effort to try and meet highly unpredictable consumer demand as close as possible in near real time? And so traditionally, over on the right, data sharing in supply chain has been sequential. So, I'm party one and I tell you what I'm shipping to you, party two. And when you ship party two to party three, you do the same. So it's sequential information sharing as opposed to more instant. It means that traditionally we've governed relationships individually, and we have traditionally, not been close to real time because of that sequential nature. And so that's why I think blockchain can offer a tremendous step forward by creating an opportunity to more, instant as opposed to sequential, and across businesses as opposed to from one business to the next and from one business to the next, share information, and as a result, create more closer to real-time visibility so we can be more proactive in managing the supply chain and less reactive. Question though is, well, how does that work? And what are some of the lessons learned from pioneers? And that's where we've been focusing most of our research. We've done focus groups. We've done a little bit of data collection through surveys, but we've mostly focused on working with pioneering companies in the supply chain space and tried to learn from the lessons learned from use case to pilot to scaling. And I should note that obviously the pandemic has driven a much broader recognition of the importance of supply chain to keeping business functioning, keeping the world going. All of the nature and challenges that we've shared on this page, played out even more so in the pandemic than in a normal situation. And so it only makes the focus on blockchain more relevant from my point of view. So here's my incredibly complex page that I can get away with because I'm back in academia. And it makes a simple point. There are decision screens and considerations that we're learning about from the pioneers in this field that might inform decision-making of other companies in the supply chain and in the blockchain space that are interested in exploring next project opportunities. It moves from the left, where we focus on what is a good use case for blockchain in the supply chain, to the center, how would you design a pilot, to the far right, how would you move from pilot to an opportunity to scale that and implement that more broadly around the supply chain. So I'm not going to take you through all of the details here, but probably just a few call outs. When you look at use case, it is really important to avoid the risk of a solution looking for a problem. So it's really key to figure out which of the supply chain objectives, and we've gone through over some of them on a prior page, could I meaningfully contribute to with blockchain? And if there's none, then maybe it's more of a solution looking for a problem. Secondly, when it comes to pilot design, what's exciting about blockchain is a technology, unlike some other technologies that are widely considered and used in supply chain, it doesn't have to come with a huge upfront investment in CapEx and a huge upfront commitment to changing our architecture, because you can laser target a pilot on just a few tiers in the supply chain, and with just a few interested parties, you can actually get going with the pilot pretty quickly and pretty inexpensively and learn an awful lot from that. That makes blockchain a little bit different from other technologies. When it comes to scaling, however, we need to be realistic and realize that a supply chain is a very complex ecosystem. And so moving from 2 to 4 engaged stakeholders to hundreds is a bit of work. It requires shared governance, and there's no excuse for fixing processes and cleaning up data. If blockchain is used to get better data about broken processes, then that's all we have, better data about broken processes. So I'll stop there, and I'll leave this with you as just a set of initial practical considerations that we found from the pioneers that we've had the privilege of working with. As Mary rightly said, we've written a book about it. So if you're interested in more, that may be where you can turn or reach out to me, and I'll be happy to share more. But thanks for the opportunity. And I think, Zach, you're maybe next.
Okay, let me share mine real quick here. Can everybody see that? Yes, okay. So I'm going to kind of give a little bit of a different perspective on my kind of experience over the past 3 years of how do you educate and train students, corporate partners? How do you change their mind about blockchain? When I came back to the University of Arkansas in 2017, we were wanting to kind of start this blockchain project. Most of our partners at that time had very little knowledge about it. There was confusion in the market about it. And it was really during that peak 2017 crypto market. And so the vast majority of people that came to talk to me were wanting to talk about crypto, which is not really my specialty. I focus more on the development side of it, the actual underlying technology. And over the past 3 years of debugging student projects, trying to find solutions for some of these student projects, trying to find any kind of support whatsoever is difficult. Not because things aren't happening, but because things are happening so fast. All of the software that I've used, all of the assignments I've developed, a lot of the training that I've gone through over the past 3 years, within 3 to 4 months, it's outdated. I've bought a couple books here. Every book on Amazon about blockchain for the past 3 years. I've bought every one of them. I get them as soon as they come out. Every single one of them is outdated to some extent as soon as it comes out, because it's moving so fast in the blockchain space, which is exciting for me, but gave me a different way to kind of think about, how do I teach this to students? I can't teach them a specific piece of software and expect them to go out and just use that in a company, because by the time they started a company, it's going to be deprecated. So my ideas have shifted on kind of how to teach this, and it's really kind of helped my research as well. So I research in a variety of different areas, looking at the business value of blockchain investments. So I've done some work with Mary and a couple other colleagues looking at patents across the US and China. I've looked at a couple just organizational blockchain journeys. So some of the white papers that come out of Blockchain Center of Excellence that I've written with Dr. Lastby and Dr. Cronin. And we use those in our courses, and a lot of that is incorporated in Mary's book as well. But we're also looking at, from a consumer standpoint, how do managers adopt blockchain technologies? Will they adopt blockchain technologies? And do they look at this in the same way that they look at a trusted third party? So some of my projects with people in supply chain, Dr. John Elias and Ellie Falcone, really focused on, if we give people blockchain technologies, are they going to adopt them? Are they going to treat them as this third party? So we introduced a concept of automated software agents, which are really the blockchain that's playing that role. Can you trust that blockchain to do something that a third party would have typically done? And found some really interesting insights coming out of that. It's in late rounds of reviews, hopefully published soon, but I'm happy to share that with individuals if you're curious. But I also have a variety of development projects that have spun up from other colleagues and from students that have kind of spurred out as we're trying to learn this technology as we go through. But I really have focused most of my time on the coursework. And I really have two classes that I teach, which is our Blockchain 2 and Blockchain 3, and those names evolve. But these are development classes. We want our students coming out, building something, and having some experience by the time they graduate. And it's been very interesting. Both of them are heavy development focused. We focus on permissioned blockchains for one semester so that they can think about, from an organizational standpoint, how does a company think about a permissioned blockchain? How do they think about the infrastructure and IT architecture needed for that? And then we pivot to the public blockchain sphere in the spring, and we kind of contrast those. What's the difference between those projects that are spinning up in the public space versus the private space? And it's really kind of two different mindsets. A lot of the stuff driven by the permissioned blockchains are driven by big business, the IBMs, the Ernst & Youngs, the Walmarts, the JB Hunt. And that's really because a lot of those technologies are incremental changes to what they're already doing in their system. These big companies aren't going to throw away their existing systems and put in a blockchain. They're going to integrate a blockchain into their existing system. So that's what a lot of those projects end up being. But there's a lot of innovation coming out of the public space, which is really disruptive technologies and trying to eliminate those big businesses that may have previously been there for some things. And so there's a lot of different mindset. It comes from like almost a startup mindset in the public space, which we really try to incorporate in our classes as well. But what I found over the 3 years of changing my content every single semester is technology is the easy part. I've been able to put this in front of students for the past 3 years, and every semester the students continue to build better and better projects. It's not the technology that is holding them up. It's a mind shift around the governance of, why do I need a blockchain? What would be the benefit of this blockchain? The technology part is the easy part. And if you've done any kind of proof of concepts inside of your company, you probably noticed that you can hand this to the developers and they're not concerned. There's APIs, they know how to build it. It's a database. The concern is, how do you get all of your partners to agree on what that programmer should actually put into that system? And getting two people to agree is complicated. Getting an entire group of people to agree on something that runs their business is an even bigger chore. And so we've shifted to kind of helping students understand, what are the governance decisions they need to make? What are the things that are kind of there that they're looking at? And one way that we've been doing this is with hackathons. I find that a hackathon approach has been the most beneficial way for students to jump in and build something and build confidence inside of this. So the first year we did this was 2017, and we had about 60 so participants and 7 or 8 corporate partners that were there. Some of you were able to attend, very exciting. I ended up deciding to use this as part of my class project. So every semester, students go to different types of hackathons. They start their project there, and then I get to act as a guide and a coach for the rest of the semester to help them build those projects. And they're not just building a small proof of concept. They all have code behind it. They all have working blockchains. They all have integrated web front ends. They all make commercial pitches. They're really kind of building an entire perspective of understanding, if I build this project, how do I pitch this project to a company? What is the core value of this that comes to the company? And that's continued to grow. In 2017, our winner was for a JB Hunt project called Dispatch, which was working on the bill of lading. And if you heard yesterday, when Craig was speaking, that was one of their biggest concerns, is all the paperwork that's going along with all of this bill and lading. And they were able to build a project over a weekend that had an actual interface built around it. It had code around it, and it had a small proof of concept within a weekend that they then continued to flesh out in that semester. And that's continued to grow. In 2018, we expanded considerably more. And so I ended up having 7 groups that all won in different rounds of the competition as we went through these. And luckily, one of the things we got to do is invite all of those corporate sponsors back at the end of the semester so the students could present their full pitches to those companies. So the companies could really interact and see what are some ideas that we're generating out of this, but also who are some of the talent that's coming out of the program? Who are some people that may be already in our company in a different area that we maybe want to recruit for some of these things? We had a lot of luck of being able to present to the governor, which was a phenomenal experience of sharing a project that some of our groups had built on digital identity in Arkansas. And so they were very excited to work on those projects as well, as it's kind of gone through. And this continues to evolve and be kind of a core part of the class. I'd love to share more of these projects. The students have built lots of these, and they all have commercial videos. Many of these are posted on YouTube, but the students are building full interfaces and writing white papers for a lot of these projects. So some of them are very much health related. So things like global vaccination. That we did a version of a blockchain crowdfunding that was similar to Kickstarter, but on blockchain. We had a blockchain rental application where you could rent equipment like at the university. We even had one that came out last year, was looking at some of digital licensing for games. And moving away from the core companies of Steam and Microsoft and Sony kind of owning the rights to all of these games, which if you read the terms of service, if you download a digital game, you don't actually own it, you're leasing it from them. And so some of my students were working on how do we create this and eliminate this potential middleman and create a system that's a little more innovative. And so a lot of these projects we're able to develop, but from an academic, what helped me is I get to see how all these decisions are made. I get to see 6 to 7 groups spin up every semester, come up from proof of idea to solution, and see what their development process was, so that when companies come to ask and say, what are some of the issues we're going to run into? Most of my students have already seen those, or I've kind of seen the issues they're kind of running into as well as we go forward. Now, kind of, in the future, we continue to kind of spread out the hackathon. We're going to have one in the spring, hopefully, to incorporate those. But I've actually started having my students participate in national hackathons and global hackathons. So this year, we've got a couple students participating in the Wyoming hackathon, since we weren't able to do it this semester. I got a couple students participating in the Ethereum hackathon in the spring, but others that kind of pop up depending on what the students are interested in. I like to use that opportunity to give them a chance to get their name out there, but also guide them as they're building those projects. What I ask is if there's any of you that are out there in a company and you are interested in working with some of these students, or you have a potential use case that you maybe don't have a team that you can spin up, that bring that use case to us. Let the students work through it. Let the students churn through it and generate some ideas, and then present that back to you to see if you can work collaboratively on some of those. Because what we found is many of the use cases that are brought to us at the University of Arkansas aren't blockchain use cases. Yeah, blockchain would work great in those environments, but they're not necessarily a blockchain use case. But the students are still willing to go down that path and figure out why aren't they a blockchain use case, so that you can really dive into that effort a little bit further. Okay, that's all that I had there. I'll leave it open for questions.
You guys are awesome. How honored am I to have you all, call you all co-authors, and 2 of you now colleagues. That was fantastic. You also have a lot of questions getting generated. So I'm going to just call on the person who I think will want to answer each one. And I'll try to get through 3. So Zach, I'm going to ask you this one. How important is immutability from a blockchain ledger? How important is the concept of immutability?
I think the concept gets confused around a lot of people of, if I put something on this blockchain, I can never change it. And that's not really what immutability is. All blockchains have 2 components. They have the blockchain, and then they typically have a state database, or what are the values right now? And that's what most companies are running off of. All of your analytics are running off of what's going on right now. Now, if I make an error in my checkbook, for instance, I can always go back and make a transaction to fix that error. But that error would always be in the checkbook, right? In that running ledger. That's the same concept of immutability of we just want to keep track of everything that has ever changed, but it doesn't mean that we're going to have issues of, I need to change something in the future. Even with smart contracts, there's ways now that they're developing and approaches of, I can decommission this smart contract and roll it into this next one, or I can point it to the next one. So that issue that used to confuse a lot of from the developer perspective of whatever we put on there has to be what it is. Whereas now people are starting to see it as, this is just allowing us to track what happened as it went through this process. But a lot of the applications aren't necessarily built on, I need to know what this is forever, especially when you look at the public space that's gaming or tokens around that. They don't need to know backwards necessarily. They need to know right now. So I don't see that as much of an issue or concern for at least people coming to me anymore in regards to immutability.
Great, thank you. Okay, Professor Hsu, if you had to redo your experiment, what would you change the second time you want to run it?
I would have, that's a pretty easy one. These surveys are always tricky. Hindsight's 20/20, you get your results and you're like, well, I wish we could have tested this. And on this particular one, I wish that we had spent more time developing the different strategies for a permissioned or governed blockchain. So having a USDA governance, USDA BC certification, for example, might have given us some insights. Maybe even having a corporate permission blockchain, just for a branding strategy to see how those play out. That would be probably the biggest change I would make to the survey.
All right, great, thank you. Remco, I don't understand this question, so I hope you do, because I'm not a supply chain professional. But we have somebody asking, can blockchains be used for internal operations and be a solution for issues such as bullwhip effects? I'm not familiar with the term bullwhip effects.
I would say that you are, because you know what happened to toilet paper in the last couple of months.
Oh,
and that is a
okay,
perfect illustration of the bullwhip effect. And the answer is spot on. Absolutely, it can, because the bullwhip effect is due to the uncertainty in demand. The further you go upstream from the consumer, you build in a little bit of a cushion, like to cope with fluctuations. And from one tier to the other, the cushion grows. And so we get further away from the true demand signal, and we introduce an awful lot of waste and ability to respond to the true demand signal. And that is why blockchain can absolutely help, because you can accelerate dissemination of the true demand signal across multiple tiers simultaneously, as opposed to traditionally sequentially. So yes, blockchain can be a very powerful use case in the context of, can we share closer to real-time true demand information across multiple tiers? Absolutely so. Second part of that question, can you do that internally in the company? Absolutely you can. Even if we've looked mostly at multiple companies involved, because that's where the effect of near real-term information sharing can be larger. But most companies that operate around the globe have multiple entities and multiple functions involved. So a smaller version of that benefit can be achieved within the walls of the organization. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, I want to thank all 3 of you. Remco, I hope you get the yellow shirt the next time you race your bike.
It's a tough race today, but thank you.
Aaron, good luck on your 100-mile run. And Zach, good luck to you. I know that I can't wait to see you. I miss you. He's normally just down the hall, and I don't get to see him as much. So I want to thank you all so much for your contribution to the 2020 Blockchain for Business Conference.
Thanks for having
Thank
us.
you.
Take care.
Two, one.
Well, welcome back. This is the conclusion of our blockchain conference. We have with us a prestigious group who's going to allow me to participate with them. So I wanted to first introduce our guest today. So my name is Dan Conway. I'm University of Arkansas. We're supposed to say fun facts, but I asked my children last night and they said there are no fun facts about you, Dad. So I decided I should make something up. So I made up a fun fact, but it's about Shivendu. He is one of the great Indian rap stars of all time. So I could. So we're going to talk about blockchain, artificial intelligence, analytics, how these things intersect with each other. So Professor Shivendu is leading the Indian National Strategy on Blockchain, one of the top highest researchers in America, a former colleague of mine and friend of mine. So I'm delighted to have him join us. And then Kiran Garamala, who is a fine violinist, as a true fun fact, was a former global CIO of General Electric division and a former VP of Software AG, is also now with the University of South Florida. So as we build up our alliances, I'm hopeful that we can get some formal relationship going with the blockchain folks at South Florida. So we're going to break this into three parts. I will do a few cases of why this is kind of an interesting space to be in. Professor Shivendu will talk about a framework and take my jumbled thoughts and give them some structure. And then Professor Garamala is probably built what we believe is the largest Hyperledger application in use today, but very well connected with doing this in practice. So that's our agenda for today. So I will go first, and I would like to talk about these are some conversations that I've been in the last month. So as a motivation of why is blockchain and the intersection of AI and analytics, why is this an interesting area? So one of my calls this month talked about the problem they were having was robotics, so that we have robots now that replace your hips, replace your knees, that are all robotic. My sister-in-law had one done. And what they're building now is they would like the robot to ask for advice. So they built the machine learning repository, and they want to push some of that knowledge to the edge. and think of a robot replacing your hip and seeing something that it doesn't have great confidence in its own repository, sending those images off to a repository somewhere else where they get marked up. Think of it as augmented reality for robot vision. So somebody marks that up, superimposes an image on top of the image that the robot's seeing and sends it back. So we're building out the infrastructure with a group in Europe doing this. And how does blockchain come into that? Well, they're trying to figure out, they need an audit record, what questions were asked, what information was sent. And in a human world, we would have people watching this, and we would be able to maybe replay it in the event that something went badly, or the event something went really well and we want to share it. We would have humans kind of participating in that. And in an all digital transformed world, we would like to persist some of these activities. So that was kind of an interesting phone call. We have a special issue of Applied Analytics, Informs Applied Analytics coming out of blockchain analytics that will focus a lot on what Paul Brody talked about, enterprise ERP, and how do you reconcile enterprise ERP with enterprise blockchain systems. So should analytics, or what role should analytics, anomaly detection, and so on have within that? So if you're interested in submitting to a journal on applied analytics, blockchain analytics, Garamella and I will be leading that. Intelligent audit is a topic that a lot of people wonder about. So intelligent audit means we would prefer, if in the case of a blockchain, smart contracts, if they could be written up that self-audited, and the contracts themselves would be immutable, so nobody could go in and change it. But if a blockchain could real-time self-audit, and again, looking for anomalies or looking for trends, that would be a real useful thing. Then we could put those super smart auditor people into another form of productivity. On-chain analytics is something that I have some friends of mine who are quite interested in this. So think of, if you ever saw Flash Boys or read the book, how in New York they have fiber going through the middle of the room, just trying to get a little bit of computational edge on trading information so that people can buy and sell stocks just slightly faster than their neighbor can. In Bitcoin, you've got 10 minutes. You don't have to put fiber through the middle of your room. You can put it around through the ceiling and stuff like that, because you've got 10 minutes to observe a transaction that you might believe is market moving. When a whale comes in and does something, you've got 10 minutes that you can decide, hey, you know what, I'm going to tip this miner 50 extra bucks to get my transaction in front of this other transaction. And we see this form of gaming going on in on-chain analytics. So how is a chain behaving? What is expectation of behavior, and so on? And finally, measurements of trust is another area that we see as some interesting research going on. The impact of decentralization. We say that decentralization is a valuable thing. How do we measure that? And as an example of this, friends of mine submitted a patent this week for a distributed ledger application that didn't have reconciliation like a normal blockchain would. Reconciliation is the act of actually throwing away information. So when we reconcile, we have multiple perspectives possibly, and one perspective wins and the rest of them are discarded. But occasionally that information that gets discarded, or the underlying reason why we're having different perspectives in the first place, has value to it. So a lot of AI applications start as rule-based, as a set of rules, and then we swap out the rules and we put in a more sophisticated decision architecture. I'll probably get in trouble for this, but I do think it's kind of funny that we have a blockchain center. When we're trying to look at something that's decentralized, we create a center to study something decentralized. So hopefully we can build out and include other universities so that we are truly decentralized ourselves, and we could have a decentralized or blockchain decenter of excellence. So I'm going to pass this over to Shivendu here. and let him take all my random things that come to me in email and friends and journal things and give it some form of structure.
Thank you very much, Dan. Dan was with us at USF, and he's a great colleague. And only the other day I was speaking with my dean, and dean said that, okay, when is Dan coming back? I said, okay, you have to make him an offer. So Dan is still loved very much in our college, and we really miss you, Dan, because you were doing so many things and you were bringing so much energy to our department. But it's great. I'm so thankful to Dan and Kiran for putting me in this panel. What I'm going to talk about is basically a little less exciting than what Dan has talked about, a lot of new things that are happening. And what Kiran is going to talk about, the real world great example that he's implementing. I'm trying to give a framework. So when we talk about blockchain technologies and we talk about artificial intelligence and we talk about analytics, where is the convergence and how these technologies and applications built on those technologies can work synergistically. So I'll start with my understanding or our understanding of what is the problem with the current internet technologies. So definitely all these technologies are in some sense internet technologies because they all work in a network. And going back to Dan's last comment that there shouldn't be a center for blockchain, I think we should call it a network of blockchain. So basically Arkansas should consider themselves as creating a network of people who are working in the research, who are working on the applications, and bringing all that knowledge together so that it can benefit the entire network of developers, of application people, academics, industry people, policy people, law people, who, whatever are the people who are stakeholders in this technology. So I'll talk about what problems does it solve, or what problems doesn't solve, and then I'll go into the technology pillars of blockchain. I think most of it will be already known to you, but I'll just try to put some structure to it. And then we'll talk about value proposition. And in the last, I'll talk about how AI and analytics technologies kind of synergize with blockchain technology. Yes, next, please. Next, please. Thank you, Kiran. So when we look at the internet technologies, the current used internet technologies, they have brought about an enormous change, both in the society, in the world, in the business world, in the technology world, the life that humans live on this earth. And that is by creating a very powerful, efficient network of information exchange. That information exchange in itself is very, very useful, creates a lot of value for the society and businesses. But at the same time, it leaves the next frontier is still not significantly impacted, which is the value exchange. How do you exchange value? And the reason for that is, as we all know, is that the data has to be verified by trusted third parties or has to be stored in places, kept in firewalls so that people cannot mess with data. And then as the transactions take place, as the databases, new transactions come in the business world or in the real situations, then how do you know that which transaction needs to be written on the ledger and which is the authentic transaction and which is not? And that brings in the whole role of trusted third parties, which still exists with all the internet technologies. And this brings in, though the internet technologies have created enormous cost benefits, but still the next frontier remains untouched. Next, please. Now, the what blockchain technologies bring in the picture and where the AI can actually enhance the efficiency or the value proposition of blockchain technologies is broadly that you have a data security layer where the way you organize your data is through all hashes and Merkle trees, et cetera, all those technologies which ensure that the data security, you don't need trusted third parties for data security. Similarly, through your distributed consensus protocols, you, to a great extent, eliminate the need for authentication and verification by the trusted third parties of the transaction. That means in the network, somehow network can come to a conclusion which are authentic transactions and put them in the ledger without a trusted third party certifying that this is a trusted transaction or this is an authentic transaction. Now that again brings it new avenues for decentralization, value generation, efficiency in the systems, etc. So given that now we have a secure data structure and we have a trusted solution to authenticate and verify new transactions, now comes the opportunity, which is the value layer of blockchain, which is these smart contracts. That means now you can exchange value between nodes in this network without a trusted third party. Because the need for trusted third party in terms of either data security or data verification, or in terms of verification of the transactions, is pretty much gone. So that's the structure, the way we conceptually look at the value, which are the layers of the blockchain technology which create that value. So this is a very high level view that we think kind of brings the clarity of how these technologies can be used and where the value lies and where the applications need to will be growing going forward. Next, please. Now, again, this we already know that this is a foundational technology. It is not a disruptive technology. And you know that the way these things are defined, that foundational technologies take much longer to kind of become mainstream. But once they become mainstream, they entirely change the way world operates. And they change the foundations of how we do things, both in the business world and in our life. And internet technologies are a great example of being foundational technology. While the disruptive technologies their impact is very quick, and they tend to be adopted not across all sectors of the economy or businesses or society, but only in certain segments. So disruptive technologies interrupt the current business models in certain areas, but not across all sectors or all domains. So to that extent, we do believe that blockchain is a foundational technology. The businesses, companies, as we have seen in the internet technologies, which were the first movers, which made those investments in late 80s, early 90s, are today in 90s are the companies which are leading that technological boom that took place afterwards. So that's the same way if our understanding is that blockchain technologies exhibit that nature of technology. And as I said in the very beginning, that network of information exchange, now we are going to move to the next level, which is the network of value exchange across nodes. Next, please. Now, again, how is that achieved? That value proposition is achieved is through verified origin of data. So that will make the data security issues go away to a great extent. And that will definitely lead to more efficiency, and the workflows around the business processes will become a lot more efficient because of the need of no third party to verify those transactions as the value moves across the network. Next, please. Now, where does the AI and blockchain fit into each other? Now, our understanding, and I think Kiran is going to talk more about it through an example in the real world, and that too, one of the largest applications of blockchain in creating a value exchange is that the integration of machine learning and AI and blockchain, these are two synergistic technologies. It's not one-way traffic. If the developers industry, which is in AI, they adopt blockchain, they will be benefited, and same is the case with technologists or technology companies which are focusing on blockchain. It can make AI more secure, coherent, understandable, more what we call the transparent AI. One of the big issues, if you talk to policymakers about AI, is that AI, how these decisions are made and why certain decisions are made and why certain things are done and not done using AI, that remains a kind of a area which is not very clear, and use of blockchain technologies can open up the what you call the black box of technologies and can make them more traceable. And on the other hand, by using AI into blockchain technologies, we can make the value exchange across the network using blockchain technologies a lot more efficient, and that will lead to gain there. So I think I'll stop here, and I'll let you all have Kiran, who has the meat of the presentation, where he is going to talk about how these AI is actually being used in the real world. Kiran.
Thank you, Shivendu. So hi, everyone. So today, when Dan was sharing this fun fact about me being a violinist, I'm reminded of a childhood joke of mine. So today, by the most awesome coincidence, also happens to be Mahatma Gandhi's birthday today, anniversary celebrations. And when I was growing up as a kid, playing my violin, people would always joke and say, "Hey, what's the difference between Kiran and Mahatma Gandhi?" And the joke was that Kiran's a violinist and Mahatma Gandhi is a non-violinist. So I just thought I would, have some fun fact about that. But Professor Shivendu has an excellent point about capturing the various conceptual frameworks. I'm actually reminded of one of the most successful foundational technologies today that we unthinkingly and unhesitatingly use, and that is your relational databases. The relational databases today would not be where they are if it were not for the fact that there's a very strong mathematical and a very strong conceptual foundation behind them. And this is a constant effort in the academic community, and Professor Shivendu and Professor Conway, they're leading this in many different ways. And I'm very happy to be associated with them, obviously. I come from a practitioner world, even though I've been an academic in a past life. And today, one of the most exciting things that I'm doing is to look at applications for AI and blockchain in the capital markets. So in the capital markets, it's a huge, tremendously large and very important ecosystem out there. So if you look at the major capital markets around the world, they're basically divided into two large segments, the public and the private, which I'll talk about. But anywhere you turn to the media today, to the Financial Times or New York journals and whatnot, we are seeing some really eye-popping statistics out there about how large these numbers really are in terms of the equity markets, the derivative markets, the debt, the real estate, and the up-and-coming digital securities. And as the joke goes, it actually comes from politics. And the joke is that $1 trillion here and $1 trillion there, and pretty soon you're talking about big money. And this is some really big eye-popping money. So by any stretch of imagination, give or take, 10 trillion here and there, it doesn't really matter. The scope of capital markets and securities is tremendous. So what's happening now is that in the public markets, there has been a very, very strong infrastructure support for many years. And this has been decades, if not over a century in the making. So if you look at the public markets today, they, in many, many ways, there is one source of credible truth in many markets. So, you or I or us, we can all pick up the phone and, type IBM into our, Google search or any of the applications, and IBM stock price and everything else would come up just like that. And nothing like that exists in the private markets. There is a whole lot of efficiency already built into the public markets that the private markets are still yet to reap the benefit of all this. I know that those of us who are in the public markets, we always think about, oh my God, how old legacy systems and we're so inefficient, right? But trust me, on the private markets, it's even more inefficient. Today, it takes me seconds to go onto my trading application and like a Charles Schwab or Thinkorswim platform or something like that. And in seconds, I can get a confirmation, I can place a trade and get a confirmation of some of the larger securities, right? In the private markets, it takes weeks to authenticate and complete a regular sale transaction. The public markets also benefit from the fact that they are extremely well-funded, they are large players, and they have a lot of investment available for enterprise systems and integration and worldwide connectivity and so on. And as I said, this has been going on for many, many decades and probably over a century now on establishing exchanges and banking, SWIFT protocols and online brokerages and so many things. None of those things exist in the private markets. Yet, if you look at many different sources of research and statistics, private markets account for anywhere between 40 to 60% of the worldwide GDP. And just imagine the amount of value that we can unlock or help unlock in the private markets if we could actually provide that same level of mechanism. The challenge, of course, is that the private market participants are not incentivized or motivated by the same things that the public market participants are. Many of the private market people want to be private. They want to be in their little bailiwick and in their wheelhouse. They don't have global, megalomaniac types of ambitions. They want to be regional players, and they bring a lot of value to their communities who they know completely well. You look at the large public companies today. No one knows. I'm a shareholder for many of those companies. No one knows. The management doesn't know who I am. In the private markets, if I did invest in a private company, I would know the owners. I would know their kids when their birthdays are coming up, and vice versa, right? So the whole dynamic of how you engage in the private markets is very different. And for part of that reason, also because of the smaller players, you also don't have the tremendous investment available in the private markets to connect all these things up. So just imagine having those rails, that infrastructure to help. And to this day, that has not been possible. But today, that is possible for various reasons. And one of the biggest reasons, obviously, is the move from public to private, the privatization and the declining trend in the IPO public markets into more of the private markets and crowdfunding regulations and regulation A+ and Reg D. A lot of these things are fueling the growth in the private market. So it's a very, very exciting space to be in, I can tell you that. I mean, we're in conversations every day about stuff like this. So what is the scope of all these public and private companies? If you take all the stock exchanges on the planet, there are about 80,000 of them. Public companies listed on all the various stock exchanges. In contrast, the private markets are 450 million of them around. Well, not all of them qualify for large, transactions, and we get that, but nevertheless, these transactions are going on. And the pie chart is to scale. Otherwise, the public markets would not even show up on my pie chart. So it's a log scale. The ecosystem is worldwide. And what you see out there on the world map with a lot of those, nice graphics, is the deployment of the permissioned Hyperledger fabric that we have built with the capacity to process 10 billion transactions per year, which comes out to 318 transactions per second, which is an awesome thing when you think about it. And that is with a bare bones minimal configuration throughout. So we have nodes up in 23 countries. We have over 90,000 companies on the books, and a quickly soon to become 1,000 and more worth of partners, all of them highly regulated. And they all perform KYC, AML, and you can see that there are a whole number of ecosystem players out there, such as broker dealers and lawyers and custodians and transfer agents and so on and so on. The company that I work for and consult with is actually a SEC registered transfer agent for the private markets. Be that as it may, this is a very, very vibrant market. And the scope of the transactions that we see now are tremendous. Again, that's a log scale pie chart where we have about 10 billion worth of transaction capacity today in the now today, and we could actually grow up to like 4 trillion transactions per year in the private markets. And that is the leverage that you get from data. What do you get from blockchain? It's a trust, right? Every piece of data, every piece of transaction is by verified parties. It is a complete end-to-end trusted lifecycle data. We can perform. Once you understand and trust the data, like Professor Shivendra pointed out, without the trust, nothing else really matters. And understanding this ecosystem through data, let data drive the understanding, the insights into how all these players behave and what can we do on the predictive analytics side, such as investment likelihoods. What is the effectiveness of various types of campaigns around the world, around sectors, around industries, so slice and dice would be absolutely fantastic. One of the most important things that, we all always talk about is the whole governance issue, because you've got cross-jurisdictional transactions where regulators do not monitor cross-jurisdiction as efficiently as anyone would think. There is a tremendous scope for consensus mechanisms and smart contracts to drive these cross-jurisdictional transactions, right? And in all these things, AI plays a huge role. Data plays a huge role. So what blockchain brings to data analytics is the question of a very comprehensive, trusted lifecycle data and transactions. And it exposes the market to so much scope. What AI and data analytics and machine learning bring to the blockchain in this particular space are tremendous transparency and insights into how this market behaves. There is no such, we don't have a Moody's or, S&P, we don't have all these analyst firms today really driving insights into this market. That does not exist. And trust me, we have looked very hard about that. And to the little extent that they do exist, they're at a very high level and we really cannot trust where the data is coming from. Some of that is self-reported, and you know what that actually means, right? So that's been an issue. So if we can actually help this entire private ecosystem market provide expert level guidance of regulatory compliance issues all over the planet with multiple regulatory regimes and rule-based dynamic consensus as things shift and change very rapidly, that is a tremendous opening up of these markets. That is a real dark continent that we have today in the capital markets, that if you can just bring them to light and create the trust and the efficiency, the whole markets would just explode. I mean, that is our vision. And it's a very exciting, space to be in, no doubt about it. So, we are really well set to, drive this completely and just revolutionize this. So in many ways, with this association with academicians such as Professor Conway and Professor Shivendu, and with a lot of leading players in the market, we are very excited about how much value that all these technologies can actually bring to the private capital markets. You're on mute, Dan. You sounded a lot better there.
One would think after 6 months of this, I would know where the mute button was. Yeah, very exciting. And you think of the sheer volume of potential transactions that your application has the capacity to handle and is handling lots and lots of companies right now. Way more than 20 people joined a small multi-chain. You've got 100,000 plus companies on this thing. Tell me, what's the difference of implementation? Some questions come in. It looks like you designed blockchain and AI together, and I know you have a book on that topic. Is that different than designing blockchain and then adding AI, or having AI and trying to fit blockchain in? Is there an advantage to kind of considering them concurrently at the design level?
I would absolutely say yes. It's a great question. And here is the reason why I think it's a great question, and that is the right way to go about it, thinking of both of them concurrently, is that blockchain is not a desktop application. It is not just an application for two people to work on. It's an ecosystem network application, which basically means that you've got multiple parties. You've got supply chains going across multiple countries. There are many, many, many transactions. There is a general, I wouldn't say lack of trust, but a general, I really don't know who the other parties are kind of mechanism, which is where the intermediaries step in to create the trust. So in other words, because it's an ecosystem play, the scope for generating tremendous amount of data is very natural. And so when we design ecosystems and blockchain distributed technologies like this, why would we not right from the get-go think about where the data is coming from, what types of data we need, how we can best make use of that one? I think that's integral to designing of blockchain. So I would strongly advocate people who are building blockchains applications to seriously consider including the considerations of how to use this data from an analytic and machine learning perspective to bring better value.
Very nice. Professor Shivendu, if students were interested in this topic, and we see what a lot of schools see in that full-time blockchain jobs are not, if you're not an engineer, a coder, they're harder to come by. People seem to want architects who know something about blockchain, or data scientists who know something about blockchain. But what would you recommend to students who are interested in both of these topics? What are the opportunities within the research, or what would you suggest to someone who is maybe either a senior or someone currently in a master's program that wanted to go into this area?
Thank you, Dan. I think that's a great question. And here I teach in my master's program this year. That course is being taught by Kiran in our business analytics master's program, where this question comes up that, okay, so what are the job opportunities? What should I do? How do I get a job in blockchain? I think blockchain, like all technologies, one is the technology layer, hardcore technology layer, in which people who are doing computer science, who are in the engineering schools, who build new kind of consensus protocols, build new kinds of designs of these data storage and how blockchain technologies will be implemented in those things. That is one layer. And the other layer of jobs that open up is on the business layer. But in order for business layer to have good solutions suggested for businesses, they do need to have some understanding of blockchain technology, at least from where the value is coming, why blockchain technologies will improve things, what applications need to be built. So I think a broader understanding from the business perspective of these technologies is, I think, the core capability that companies look for when they hire people to develop applications on blockchain. That doesn't mean that they should not have any understanding of the coding. So like in our class, Dan, you have also taught these classes. We do have segments where they do some they write a smart contracts, they build some applications in which they develop things on Hyperledger or in Ethereum. But more importantly, they are different from engineers because they can connect all that to a business and to a solution that the real companies face in terms of making their operations more efficient, just like as Kiran was mentioning. So I think for students, so if they are in the business school, then I think they do need to have kind of a two-pronged approach. One is to focus on the technology, understand it. At least if you don't know the nuts and bolts, you should know the overall architecture of that technology and what that technology does, and then how that creates value and how those applications can be built, having understanding of these. That's my understanding, but obviously Kiran can add because he has a vast experience. You have vast experience.
Thank you, Shivendu. I think that's right, and I mean you hit it right on the head. One of the things that we notice in the corporate world, and this is not just only blockchain or AI or machine learning. It's generally been the case as people go up the value chain from the pure shiny, I have got a shiny object, new technology, to more about how to add business value. I think that's where the gaps start emerging. And then there are people who actually have never touched the technology, and then they come from the other side, and now they want to make this technology do things that it is not designed to do. So one of the objectives that we have in academia is to make sure that the people who can touch and deal and code and deal with a shiny object, they know how to tease out the higher level value for that, because technologies change. Today it's Hyperledger Fabric, tomorrow it's something else, right? But the basic concepts and the ideas behind that are going to be quite fungible and extensible to many, many other areas later. And similarly, the people who come from a non-technology perspective, we just need to teach them to say, you can't make a boat fly. Okay, so you have to understand the limitations of technology. So I think that is spot on.
Thank you. I'll add to it just a little bit. I think I would encourage students to take on this topic from an international lens. There are very interesting things going on in Israel and Poland, in Estonia, China, and India, of course. Don't look at this as a Western thing that benefits Western companies, because you'll kind of miss a lot of it. We have a different risk transfer infrastructure in our country. We have mature insurance, we have risk instruments, hedging instruments, $544 trillion worth of derivative opportunities. So we have very mature risk transfer and mechanisms like that. There are plenty of places in the world that are better at us than certain things and maybe not as good in risk management and market opportunities in that space. But make this a topic of global perspective. And I think you'll get, it took me a long time really to figure out why anybody would create Bitcoin, and I was in it before it had any value. Why would you do something like that? But I was locked into thinking about it from a Western point of view where, I have Zelle, I have Venmo, I have other mechanisms. And I have a bank that I trust, and I have a credit union that I trust. And if I need, I probably could call Kiran and have him wire me some money, I hope. But there are plenty of places around the world that have different infrastructures and different potential ecosystems. But I'd encourage you to look at this from the viewpoint of a global citizen. And I think you'll see opportunities that when we talk about a relational database, it has implicit organizational boundaries built into it. The permission structure, the reasons it was created and optimized are to enhance the performance of individual organizations. It's not an ecosystem technology. It's not created with that mentality. So I would encourage students to make sure that as you read more and look more, that you do it from a global citizen perspective, because I think you'll find extraordinarily interesting things that are going on in the world. I think we've kind of come to the end of our show. I'll again thank my friends and my colleagues here for participating in this. I think that there's a huge amount going on in this area. Like a lot of the talks that I was able to listen to in the last couple of days, I would like to know more about each one of them. But this is one that I do think we're going to see for the next 20 years as we get better and our cost of entry gets lowered for computation because of cloud technologies, and our skill sets improve. I still think there's great opportunity for people to change the world. We were talking with IBM yesterday and their food trust, and they've laid out a platform for supply chain, and they started with mangoes from Mexico to the United States, and they've spread it out. I think Walmart's got 35 products, food products on a blockchain now. But just think about what you can do on top of that data. I would love to meet the people in Peru who grow these amazing blueberries, right? And the people in Chile who use their grapes to make the wine. I'd like to meet them. I would love for our class histories that we teach elementary schools, instead of talking about World War I, World War II, I'd love them to talk about the day that the green grapes from Peru were sold in Arkansas. You know, that would be a great event in history. And I could scan a barcode or QR code, and the blockchain would have all the data in it, and I could trace back, and exactly that's how we should learn geography, not through conflict, but through cooperation and collaboration. And there's such an opportunity with blockchain to change the whole nature of how we meet each other and how we learn culture. So look at this very broadly, look at these techniques very broadly, how AI can help enhance us, what we can do to make AI better, how we can improve. There should be nothing restricting your thinking on this. So thanks again to my friends, and I'm getting a digital hook that I need to go. So thanks to everybody, and please contact us. The information is up there. Contact us if you'd like to hear more about these things going on. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thanks.